of the Heatwave challenge. Because, for whatever reason, my thing decides, oh, I'm gonna shit the bed literally 14 seconds into a video. So if it cut and it restarts, here's where we restart. Anyways, as I was saying, we are going to start doing some challenge mode, get that out of the way, and then we're going to shoot into maybe doing another championship playthrough, or maybe I'll even do a career. I'll start from scratch, set it up in the Dirt series, and work my way up to a pro and let you guys see me do it as I go. For right now, we're going to play the Heat Challenge October Paid Pack number 3, Chasing Chase. Chase Briscoe challenges you. Chase Briscoe took the lead at the Indianapolis Road Course this year with 2 laps to go, with Allmendinger, which is Justin Allmendinger, and Austin Cindric, and Noah Gragson all on his tail. He held them off to grab his 5th win of the 2020 season. Do you have what it takes to hold off these drivers around these unforgiving corners? Hello, Filippo. I apologize for not responding right away. I was trying to read that. And I'm going to be a bit behind trying to pay attention to the chat due to the fact that my phone's over there on the charger, and I'm trying to play the game and watch the chat on screen for the time being. So I apologize if I don't immediately respond to chat. Also, my mom had these Fastenal brand rubber glove type things that she used to have from when she was working or whatever that she no longer needs. And I asked her, I said to her and my dad, because my dad thought it was his, I said, can I have them? I could use them. It would make it easier to grip my controller while playing my game for long periods of time, especially given... Let me turn that down. Holy shit. Given it's NASCAR, it, you know... Hopefully doing that will also help you guys.
Hey, driver.
Why is the game so loud? What the fluff? Hold on. Let me figure out why the in-game audio is so loud, but... My mom basically had told me, given that she didn't need them anymore, if I want them, take them. Because, like I said, it allows me to hold buttons on a PlayStation 4 controller for longer periods of time. Because otherwise my finger starts getting, like, the indent groove of the logo stuck on my finger. So, and hello, William. Good to see you, too. So let me try and see if there's an audio setting I can find in-game that can adjust that. Because that is fucking loud. I apologize for the language, but that audio is way too loud for my liking. There we go. There we go. That should do it. There we go. Because how am I supposed to hear you guys when the friggin' audio's, you know, up there? Like, Jesus. How are you guys supposed to hear me? How am I supposed to think straight? Anyways, let's get back into the October Paid Pack Chase and Chase Challenge. And after this, I might start a career up. I'll reset the career thing, start a fresh one. I might even let you guys pick whether or not I start a brand, I work for a brand, and if I start in a certain series. So, because I can do dirt, it goes dirt, truck, Xfinity, Chase series, or Cup series as it's called these days. It went from Chase series to the Monster Energy series. No, Chase series to Sprint Cup series to Monster Energy series to the Cup series. It's a weird thing for NASCAR. Alright, here we go. Going here, we want to slow down and hit 3rd gear in a second. So I can hit that turn properly. And I still missed the turn. Alright, screw that challenge. That challenge is a bunch of bukkake. Bukkake. 619. Hope everybody is well. I apologize, like I said, if I'm not acknowledging chat as consistently as I should be. I'm literally trying to do all this without having a phone over here, and I don't feel like grabbing my laptop to bring it over here to hook it and set it up. So, alright, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go race now. We're going to go to the Cup Series. We're going to go all the way over. These are all drivers that are fans that made their own custom paint schemes and stuff in the thing. We're going to go all the way over to... Oh, we'll be Kevin Harvick, and we're going to use his Busch Light car. The all blue paint scheme that looks super dope. Like this. Oh, yeah. And we're going to go... I'm trying to find one that's not too long, but also isn't too pointless of a track to race on. We'll go to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Brickyard 400. the original best driver on this track way back when was Gordon, because Gordon was the very first driver to ever win at the Brickyard 400. So, for those that are NASCAR fans that didn't know that, now you do. For those that are fans of just NASCAR in general but did know it, but what am I going to know? I'm going to check something real quick before I get into this. Bear with me. If the screen goes blue, I apologize. I would doubt he's online. Yeah, of course he's not. I was gonna see if T-Bell was online and try and send him a message to be like, hey, yo, you wanna join up in a party? So let's do this. We're gonna skip right over the practice session. We're gonna go right into the qualifying session. Now, before I qualify, I'm gonna show you guys this. Check this out. These are the driving aids I use right now. I used to use it where it was everything but everything was like 95 to 90 to 100 besides wall avoidance, but I've been using that setting and it seems to work for me. So here we go. We're at gear 1, gear 2, and boom. There we go, go into the turn at 3 and then speed it up into 4. Nice. I know this isn't the most exciting game, but I don't have many games installed right now, and I don't feel like installing any, so I said screw it, I'm gonna play this. Nice little slow down to try and hit that corner properly. Alright, here we go. At the Brickyard.
Alright, coming to the green. This one counts.
That's Gordon telling me this one's gonna count. He's the original winner of this first iteration of this track, believe it or not. So, it's kind of cool having Gordon be playable, but also get to have him as a spotter. And if I lose viewers, I apologize, but, I'm gonna make do with what I got. Cause loving's what I got. So remember that. Loving's what I got. There we go. Nice little curves. Boom. Here we go into turn 4. Nice control there into turn 4 on the manual shift. And actually, I'm going to drive in this perspective because that's my go-to. That's my preferred style. Oh, hell yeah! First place! Oh, I'm starting in the first spot of the pole position. Woo, woo! And there I go. Pole winner. Heads up the front row. Christopher Bell gave up qualifying position for new tires. Christopher Bell is starting at the back. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. crashed during qualifying driving backup car. Oof.
Coming to the green.
That's unfortunate to see.
Be ready here.
Never good to see another driver getting stuck in there. And I'm going to start slowly pulling away. This is staged, so it's a little bit easier having it in stages than it is in just full-on length. I forgot I had it in the stage setup. And go, 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 go. There we go, hit that turn, make my marks. Ooh, nearly wrecked the car right in that wall. I almost hit that wall. Even with the 100% wall avoidance, you still have a 99% chance that you will. There's like a 1% chance you will still hit the wall even if you're avoiding it. So. We're not going to make a bonehead move, we're going to be smart and get fresh fuel about halfway through. Nice little wall avoidance there. And I still lack the wall. Let's see, how far ahead am I? Only 2 seconds ahead of second, really? Jesus. Come on, luck be a lady. Let me get a little more distance between me and Kurt Busch. Down into third. Get around that turn. And shoot into fourth. Nice, right from first to fourth gear. Or third to fourth gear, sorry. Unless there's a wreck, I should be safe to go around a couple times and then get some fresh fuel ahead of time. Get some save there. I swear the damage doesn't seem to be on, even though I swore I had it on the last time I played this. But okay. Let's see, okay. 96, 97, 97, 96, 97. Ooh, I saved it. Woo wee! Hey, DJ is in the building. What up, DJ Rudan, the quote-unquote master game advisor? The only thing is, DJ, I don't think you're a master game advisor when it comes to games I play. I'm the master of the games I've played. Ooh, that's unfortunate, DJ. I hope you get that fixed, my dude. That's never good. Pretty sure your water heater will affect your hot water tank and stuff. That'll determine if you get water in your house for showers and everything, isn't it? You can correct me if I'm wrong on that. That I would not know. I would assume that's what it is, but I could be completely wrong. So. Oh, do me a favor, DJ, if you don't mind, real quick. Put in, I don't remember if it's got an exclamation. Write it as, take out the H and spell it like Rhino, like how he had when he was in, like, TNA and ECW with the Y. Put RYNOJB for me to see if the command's working. I want to make sure my commands are working. If you don't mind. That's what I thought, because I was like, my family, when we lived in Connecticut, we had a big house before moving into a bunch of apartments, and I was like, I'm pretty sure I know what that is, but I was like, unless I'm stupid. So I was like, please tell me I'm not forgetting that that's what that's for, and I'm dumb. No, take out the H, so spell it RYNOJB. I know, it's a weird name, but that's how it's spelled. Just write it without the exclamation point and try it. Should be without the exclamation point. I want to make sure that command works. Because I just updated the commands list and took out some old ones, put in some fresh ones. I don't know if it needs the exclamation. Try it without the exclamation point, because I don't think it had it on there. Let's see. I'm hoping Nightbot's going to work. It usually does. Anytime somebody says hi, it usually goes off, so. If not, I gotta go check that thing and make sure I have it listed right in a second. I literally just updated that within the last, like, 3 hours. Oof. That's unfortunate, too. Alright, give me a second. I'm gonna check my laptop to see something here. Un momento, por favor. Gotta go over to the Nightbot website and make sure Nightbot's actually working. Alright, I want to go to Nightbot's website, nightbot.tv. Again, to the YouTubes. I swear this freaking thing is gonna. Are you kidding me? I'm not even clicking. It's because this thing's got like the tap thing, like most laptops. It's just immediately gonna do something. Hold on. Maybe that's why. Let's try that. Alright. Give it a second. Alright, try it again with the same way you wrote it earlier, DJ, if you don't mind. I'm even gonna check the commands to make sure it's there. Because I just made that command. So let me see how it's written. Make sure I get it right. Yeah, write it as, yeah, like that. Let's see if it works. I just had him join the channel, so hopefully it's going to register. It might take a second. I have the command sitting right in front of me, proving that it's in my commands list. Because I have the command written without the exclamation point, so hopefully it doesn't need it. And I have it set up so that everybody can use it. So, I'm wondering if Nightbot's just being a butt and just saying, okay, I'm not going to work today. Let me check something here. Go to my channel. I'm going to have my sound off. I'm not going to my actual channel like the video. I'm going to the YouTube studio section. Figuring out if maybe it's Nightbot is being moronic today. Could also be a delay on my chat too, but I doubt that's the case. Let's try this customization. If I could just remember how to view my moderators and stuff. I have not used the YouTube dashboard in Lord knows how long. There it goes. Being stubborn. Yeah, so that link there, DJ, if you ever go over to Twitch, there's a user over there named RhinoJB. His real name is Ryan J. Barber. Give him a shout, tell him I sent you over there. No! Mother fricker! Are you kidding me? Fucking Nightbot. I blame you. Somehow I still have first, but still. But yeah, if you go over there, just mention that I sent you over there, tell him I sent you there. He's a really, really, really cool dude. And he does like a wrestling league thing, and you basically, you can get a wrestler by using his, what he calls player chips and stuff. It's really cool.
Alright, you're clear.
He's a pretty nice guy over there, I'll tell you. I mean, he works with people like Zicky Dice, which is the person that gave me the okay to use their music on my streams. So, thank him for that. And then, Hamlin, you had that coming. You did that to yourself, you jabroni pony. If you spin out, it's on you. It's on your own accord, you pendejo.
Got a car high now. You got room.
Woo!
You're clear.
That's gonna be a yellow. Yellow, yellow, yellow. No? Shocker. Oh, phew. Alright. Let's see how many laps there are left on this stage, because that'll determine when I need to go in for the pits to get gas and stuff. 42 laps. I got 33 laps of fuel. I can make it a little longer and get around there if I'm conservative with my fuel and how I shift and everything. Whoa! Woo! That was a save. Woof. And there's Martin Truex Jr. behind me. Followed slightly behind them is Danny Hamlin, then Kurt Busch, and Alex Bowman in the 88 car. So, and I hope you get that figured out, DJ. I'm sure you will. Also, I hope you saw, I think T-Belly posted on Twitter, he says he's going to be going at it again with some more Silver Surfer tonight, so let's get ready for T-Bizzle. I might even stream during the time he streams, like shortly after he's, like when he says he's going to consider wrapping up. I might even ask him, and maybe he'll send everybody over my way. Maybe. It'd be nice, but it's no guarantee.
Excellent lap. Good job.
Okay. Nice little save there to shorten that up to third gear so I didn't smack a dackle into the wall. Hey DJ, try exclamation neat. See if that command still works. It's been a hot minute since anybody used the solid neat command. Yeah, I don't get many subs because I don't get to stream as often as I used to. You know? That's why I've been stuck around where I've been. Look, that command should still work. Let's see if it comes up the way I think. You have to give Nightbot a second though, because he's probably waking up because it's been a hot minute since he's been on the channel. Nice. Yeah, there we go. That would make Nate happy to see if he was actually gonna watch my shit. He wants me to watch his shit. Won't give me a wrench, but I can have. Can't expect him to watch mine and then expect to keep a wrench. Ah, shit. We're gonna get another yellow. Son of a bitch. Oh no. Oh, I got so lucky. Woo! No! Son of a... I say that and then what happens? Whack! Crap. Do not pit, advance to green. Now I'm stuck in 9th. Son of a beach!
Coming to the green, driver. Be ready here.
And then... shoot up to 3rd.
Careful, still there.
Or to 4th. Nice.
All the way to the wall. Got one up top.
Go down inside.
All right.
Basically, as long as I don't pass anybody by going below. Oop!
You're all
Sorry,
clear,
Ryan.
Bob.
Ryan Blaney's out of here. Bye 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 bye. Alright, and there's Martin Trex Jr. in that sick Bass Pro Shop Red and Blues themed car. Clint Boyer in the 14, Denny Hamlin in the 11. In the first place spot there. I'm literally backing into his bumper as we speak.
Careful, still there.
Damn it, Hamlin. I'm not pitting, I'm advancing to green. I move up into 3rd. I stay stuck. And congrats, DJ. And I mean that sincerely. Like, keep gaining subs. Whatever you're doing is working, so keep doing it. It's just stupid that Twitch, you can gain subs, but the problem is when you gain subs, not only do they have to be bought, literally, like they have to literally pay to subscribe, but they have to pay to stay subscribed. I mean, yeah, you're gonna make ad revenue, Twitch is gonna benefit from it and everything else, but why should you make the viewers that want to just watch a channel for the sake of watching it have to do that, you know?
Coming to the green.
Yeah, probably because of the fact that if you're talking about the actual Bucks, like as in like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Super Bowl's coming up and people are getting focused on that, and that's why. That would make sense.
Hold your line. Got one
You know?
outside.
Like if I was playing Madden right now, everybody would probably be dropping in. Hey, Drew Burt. I hope if you're new, thanks for leaving a like if that's what you're saying you did. It's appreciated. Be nice if you hit the sub thing too, but no need.
All clear.
It's appreciated, but not necessary. I was gonna say, did you meet DJ? Because I saw DK as like the floof. Thank you, Drooper. It's appreciated. Fun fact. I actually became a NASCAR fan around the same time I became a basketball fan. So that's saying, I want to say around, that would be 2008, when the Seattle Supersonics had just become the Thunder. I had no idea of their prior history, you know.
Almost ready.
Wow, Jesus, DJ. But yeah, I became a basketball fan in 2008, around the time that Westbrook had joined, Durant was joining the following year, and it was the 08 Thunder year. The thing was, I didn't know who the Thunder were all that much yet. I knew of like a few teams at that time. I knew of the Celtics with like people like Paul Pierce. I knew of the Lakers with Kobe Bryant, and I knew of who was in the league at that time in 08, 09, and I knew of Westbrook, of course. You know, him and Durant when they became a duo. And then, but I didn't become a diehard basketball fan until then. At that time, I was also seeing NASCAR here and there on the down low, and I would watch and see, on occasion, I'd see Gordon racing, and I'd saw somebody like Kyle Busch. I had no idea who he was yet. I had seen Jimmy Johnson in the Lowe's car. He's now got the Ally car, which is kind of stupid that he dropped the Lowe's sponsor choice that had been there with him for so long. Like Lowe's dropped him. So, and at the time I was just starting to get into football. That was like the year the Giants, I believe, had just beaten the Patriots on pure luck through like a helmet catch or something. Ah, son of a bitch. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright, I'm officially done with that track. Fic dich selva pendejo gringo, ese cabrón. Oh, I am losing it today. Alright, where's my Diet Pepsi? Crazier thing is, I was a baseball fan before I was a fan of any other sport. 2000, yeah, the Red Sox won their first modern era World Series prior to the '07 one. I watched. Then I discovered a bunch of other teams. I learned about the Cardinals a little bit, a bunch of other different teams in the league. Now I know every team: Yankees, White Sox, Red Sox, whatever. And in that time frame of learning about baseball, before I became a Cardinals fan, I was a Red Sox fan, and I kind of moved on from there. Just do me one favor, DJ. Promote this on the Twitters, por favor, if you get a chance. That'd be appreciated. All right, let me pull up the old lappy toppy woppy. And I'm gonna go there. Go like this. Oh, I got hiccups for days. So, alright, let's see here. And then move the controller there. Do that. Do this. Come on, laptop. Don't be moronic today. It's not gonna log me in because I mistyped my username. If it does, it'll be a hilarious thing. Damn it. Go back. Gotta re-sign into Discord. Son of a bitch. No, go back. 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 Forward. Let's try this again. Damn it. And hit login. Stupid freaking thing tried to log me in under the other name here. Don't care about. I could get the free month of Nitro. I don't want to be doing that. So stuff on Discord. Let me go here, here, boop. Then tap the three dots. Nope, click this. Tap here, select all, copy, close the window. Damn it! I closed out both friggin' tabs. Go in, again. Go down to here. Okay, and then go down here. Let's see. Go here. Just enter. Close out of Discord and close the laptop. Alright, let's resume. Let's see. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna click this. We're gonna reset the career, even though I've literally been playing for a little bit. We're gonna go. Man, we're gonna go automatic shift. Brake smoothing is gonna be normal. I could do that, but I'm gonna leave that on because it's cool to have rivals in career mode. Career mode's gonna go up to normal instead of easy like it's always been. Move that up to 7. Leave everything else as is. Leave that as that. Continue. Go back. Alright, I'll tell you what. I'll let the chat decide. For anyone that's watching that's able to message, put a 1 for the Dirt Tour, 2 for Truck Series, 3 for Xfinity Series, 4 for Cup Series. That'll decide where I can start my career. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. That'll determine if I start the full career or if I go one specific category. Let's put it this way: 1 full career, 2 for specific for that Truck Series, 3 for the Xfinity, 4 for the Cup Series. So 1 is full, 2 is Truck Start, 3 is Xfinity Start, 4 is Cup Start. Take your pick. Pick your poison, if you will. why that just happened. That's never done that where it gets super loud and it hits my ear. Also, my nose is driving me nuts. Oh. Alright. You know what? I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna go random. And it looks like we are starting in the Xfinity series. Alright. I guess nobody wants to pick. We're gonna put this as oh, I don't want to do the preset thing. That smooth, no, smooth. Okay. Hell no, that's not happening on this guy. Hell no, that'll work. Crew cut. I don't want no baby. Oh, that'll work. Let's go like that. Change these colors up a little bit real quick though. Oh, that'll work. Maroon. Oh, blue. There we go. This is going to be none because I'm not going to technically have any sponsorships. So we're going to go da 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 da. Okay. Like I said, we're going to work our way towards sponsors, if anything. That'll work. I just wish you could put driving gloves on by like default, just so you can run around when you win. You can just get out the car and raise your hands up with the gloves off, but that's not a feature, unfortunately. I'm gonna wait so you guys are actually at the pace that I'm at so I can make sure I'm not going too soon on stating things. What do you mean, Will? Explain yourself. This it says, hot new phenom wants to compete in the NASCAR Xfinity Series. Is Rob Tyson moving up too soon? By NASCAR News. We're Warren Vegas. Vegas, I think is how you say his name, or Vegas or something. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Hi there, I heard you want a shot in the NASCAR Xfinity Series. My name is Warren, and I represent great racers like yourself. It's life. Let's put it this way. My parents have been stuck not having work till just recently. They're on a trip now. That's why I'm able to do it right now. Outside of that, they've been kind of like in a rut where we can't really do much with between the pandemic and the being out of jobs from having moved here. It's convoluted, but it is what it is. Before we get started, I need to ask you a few questions to make sure we get everything right. Alright, skip the dirt series, skip the truck series, start in the Xfinity. Done. You're season 1, accept. Join a team, start a team. Let's see what the teams I can join are that are open. So we can either join John H. Nemechek and Harmon, Hill and Fincham, or Joe, or Briscoe, which is Chase Briscoe. Or we can start our own team. Have one. You know what? We're gonna do channel racing. We're gonna have Serious exam or IR, which is Ingersollrand. What? Because I want the Chevy vehicle brand. We're gonna go with that one. Okay. The first race we're gonna have on the year is gonna be a super speedway thing, so we need a super speedway car. Aware of how this works, game. I really wish you could skip the tutorials. We need to get us a decent aerodynamic specialist. We need an aerodynamics one, a suspension person, and an engine person. Let's see, we want ones that have a lot of potential, so we're gonna hire you. Seriously, want to find out if there's a way to skip this tutorial because it's such a pain to start a new one. Let's see what I can afford. Let's get his suspension stat as max as we can. Boom. Okay, can you don't have to hit start worker right now. Fine, whatever. I really hate this like part where you have to do the tutorial. Now we're gonna go edit the car. No, I just life. Parents struggling to have a job here at DJ. Don't assume stuff. 'Cause I could easily unmod you. Remember that. Remember that, boyo. But yeah, my parents have been stuck in where they have where they've been unable to work due to the pandemic and having moved up here literally a year ago in April. So now I don't apply for jobs. I'm good actually. I've been doing plasma donations and getting SSI. I think I'm set. Our car is going to be loosely based off the Lakers and Kobe Bryant tribute, but we're going to add a little zazz to it. Down, 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 down. Let's put it this way: the SSI thing is due to my disabilities, my disorders that I have. So let's put it this way: it's fun, but the problem, like, it's not too bad. But the problem is when they're stingy about, oh, because you have a little itty bitty spot that you can scrape away that was from where the needle got put in, they consider that not healed, and so they had to make me try and use a left arm that has almost no spot of a vein that they can find very easily. And I said, no, I'm not risking that, trying to put it in a tiny little vein and hope it's gonna work. I'd rather not risk it. So I said, I'll see you guys next time on like Monday. I was not gonna be about that. I was not gonna be told I'm not gonna be able to donate just because I have a little itty bitty spot that's now healed that's been sitting on my arm since Monday of this week. I said, F that. Bear with me here. Setting up Spotify so I can actually play some music for y'all. Yeah, it will, but it's worth it because I get decent money from it, you know? Like, what are you gonna do? Can't see what I'm typing here, so bear with me. I'm trying to do something. Oh, there we go. Tell me my password's wrong. Huh. I'm not changing the password. Fluff that. There it goes. There it goes. Okay. I'm gonna just close my stream. Oh, I won't get no copyrights because I have permission from the band's, like, one of the band's main members for permission to use it. It's Zicky Dice. I got permission from him live on a stream at least 3 times, and I got permission from another band to use their music. I'm perfectly safe. I've actually even checked my email after I've streamed using the music to make sure I don't have any claims or strikes or anything, and I've gotten none. So I am okay. Trust me, I'm clear. And also, hello to you, Febbletoon. I apologize for not saying hi. I'm like trying to multitask here. Let's see if I can remember how to get into my music, like the playlists and stuff. Seriously, don't even remember how to use the website. I seriously don't even remember how to view my music on the website for Spotify, and I don't want to have to go into the app. I think I have it installed on the laptop, but I don't believe I do. Oh, apparently I do. I actually forgot I had it on here. So yeah, if I don't acknowledge somebody right away, I feel bad because I'm like, you know, give me one moment. I'm gonna set up some stuff. Alright, now I gotta go log in. Choose this one here. Have it let me log in. So bear with me. Thank you. You didn't have to do it, but it's appreciated. I always appreciate people that are willing to sub, even if they don't gotta. And this is gonna be like like I said, this is gonna be like my own custom like tribute car for Kobe Bryant. Can't believe it's already been over a year since his unfortunate passing. Jeez. Like I said, he was literally my childhood. Him, Westbrook, and Durant, alongside like LeBron, were like the four athletes that got me into being wrestling outside of like Rajon Rondo, Paul Pierce, and stuff. So I'm gonna do my own custom thing. And we'll go with gloss, and then we'll go rims. We're gonna put, because I'm a man, I love me some pink rims, but I want white rims, like the white wall inside. Oh, that looks beautiful. And continue, save and continue. Boom. Shaka laka, shaka laka. No, this is not the account I want to sign in with. Why would I want to sign in under my mom's account, Spotify? Why are you so dumb? It's because she's got herself logged in. Watch. I bet you if I went to there and tried to sign myself in and signed her out, it would register me. So, and we're going to hit start season. Come on. Just go away so I can log my mom out. Goodness. So I want to log me in. Hey, there he is. Hey, T-Belly, if you got time and you still have your PS4, because I don't know where you would have it if you got it up and running. You want to jump in on like a party chat thing. I think you could do it from PS5. I would love to chat with you. Just chat and bullshit on stream. That would be awesome. And I already informed my parents of the games that are coming, T-Belly, so we don't have to worry about my mom having a conniption fit, like, hey, where did this stuff come from, kind of deal. So, I got you clear on that. No, I said if he wants to. I didn't say he has to. I said it would be cool to have him join in with me and bullshit and chit chat and shit. Now let's try and continue with Facebook. Do it whenever you're able to, T-Belly. Don't rush it. I believe you can, actually, if I recall, right, William? I don't know what systems you own, but I think the only difference is they monitor it, but I know you can chat like you could with the PS3, PS4. The only difference is party chat is now an option. So, alright, here we go. Go into the H2H, which is heart to heart and stage moms, and you know what we're going to start with, y'all? We're going to start with one of my favorite songs by Heart to Heart. We're going to start with some Insufferable, bitch. Oh, let's get that beauty poppin'. Alright, and we're gonna go this one. The last time I'm driving you home, we could talk about life or dig up old bones. Thinking about the first time that we met, probably thinking about the worst times in your head again. Making shit up, I'll play along. You always think I'm asking too much. Can we make it to the end of this drive so we can get on with our lives? 'Cause honestly, We're too far to go back. You promised me we would never do that. But never do. You've been holding all of this in. It's been crawling under your skin. I'm insufferable. Lord knows I'm insufferable. I can admit I'm hard to live with. You now deal with problems like they don't exist. I'm insufferable. Lord knows I'm insufferable. Yeah. T-Belly, you better kick ass tonight. I'm watching you, Bob. I'll be watching you while I listen to my thunder kick ass and take names, hopefully. Running red lights, ignoring stop signs. We can roll the windows down and scream this fucking line. We could talk about the friends that came and went, or how we could give a fuck if we see them again. 'Cause honestly, we're too far to go back. And you promised me we would never do that. We would never do. You've been holding all of this and it's been crawling under your skin. I'm insufferable. Lord knows I'm insufferable. I can admit it's actually really good if he's not using a turbo, from what I know. Exist, I'm insufferable. Lord knows I'm insufferable.
Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, for the Mamba, baby. Let's do it. We're almost to the end of your street. We're two different people with different directions that we'll never meet somehow. We got lost along the way somehow. We got lost. Now we're at the end of your street. So take off your seatbelt. Got someone else waiting on me. And I could never look back. What do you mean, can I hear you, T-Belly? I'm not sure if I understand, dude. Oh. Okay. Hang on. I didn't even see. Bear with me. I didn't even see that you had started a party thing. My bad. Hang on. Bear with me, y'all. I actually didn't even pay attention to my notifications. Hey, can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Let me just make sure if you want to be heard on the stream, make sure you have it where you allow your voice to be shared. I don't know how you do that on the PlayStation 5. Yeah. So let me just mute myself because I don't want to hear my voice in the background. It'll throw me off. I'll lower it a bit. Let me know. You good?
I got you.
All right. All right. I'll leave the game on pause till then. I don't know. Oh, you hear it? I wonder if there's a setting I don't know if there's a setting you'd have to do or if I'd have to do to fix that. You know, to where you can actually hear it clearer.
Yeah, let me I'm gonna mess with the settings. I'll mess with the settings.
Yeah, well, let me just I'm looking up real quick and then I can resume the music and get back to it.
I just put the voice higher.
Yeah. It might, I don't know. Because like I said, I've never done it where somebody on PS5 is joined on PS4. Oh, what just happened? I was like, what happened? I was like... I just...
Okay, share your voice. I allow it. There you go.
Alright, now you should be able to be heard on the stream. Yeah, alright, because DJ was saying you could hear... It's your boy!
What the fuck is up? Can you guys hear me? Let's get away in the chat if you can hear your voice.
waiting because on my PSN it's going to be a bit slower than if I was on like a phone. If you had a system, Will, if you had a PS4 or PS5 and you were able to join, all you had to do was just add me and I'd add you. Just one thing I should note, and T-Belly, I want you to be the one that makes this clear for everybody because they'll listen to you before they'll listen to me, especially in the community, is that if they're going to try and add me on PlayStation, just for my own personal sake, I don't like adding people as a close friend unless I personally know them. Like, for example, you, say you were to update your friend request to be a close one, I would accept it because I know you through Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube, versus somebody who I just know through YouTube. You know what I mean? Like, you can add me, just don't ever expect me to do close friends until I've gotten to know you. Like, Nate I would do as a close friend. You, DJ, you know? That's why I've actually deleted a few of them. Like, there was only one of them where I think they sent a close friend or whatever, and I left it because it was my nephew's brother from his actual, like, biological father and stuff. I said he can actually be added as a close friend because he's technically family, you know? Like, that was an exception. Otherwise, it was, like, different. Alright, let me see. Yeah, I'm just seeing if, because Will says he sent something. I don't know if he sent, like, a friend request, so I was watching my notifications on my PS4. That's why the stream's cutting out. Now, what exactly would I need to stream a PS3? I don't mean to interrupt you. Just real quick, because I don't know that shit like you do. Yeah, if you can hear T-Belly, put a 1 in the chat, because I know I can hear him. But that doesn't mean you guys can hear him. Yep. I've been waiting for you to get back on PS4 just for like a day, just so we could actually do that Fire Pro thing that never happened. It'd be like the thing that never happened. I just don't know if I'll be able to play with you. That's the thing. You know what I mean? Like, I know.
Make it count.
Really? Cause. Oh, it'd be like playing like Call of Duty through the Xbox One and playing it with somebody on the 360, because it's literally just playing as an emulation through that server. No, I know for a fact it's possible because I've seen people when the Xbox, like the original Xboxes, like the Xbox Ones that originally came out, everybody that had Call of Duty like Black Ops 2 and Modern Warfare and all that stuff that were on the 360, when you played it, it used an emulated server where it would emulate the 360's server, so anybody that was on 360 would see you. Like if you did PlayStation Now and you're playing on a PS3 game on the PS4, it would show up as if you're online on a PS3. It's like that. I'm sure there's something we can do. I was looking into it if you want to look into it, because I'm like, I'm sure there's something.
Alright, that's our run. Back her down.
I'm wondering if you could put in like a headset, yeah. The thing is, you don't know if the headset would work or not either, yeah. Plus, you don't want to go looking for it. No, I know, but I'm saying I just don't know if it'd be easier for you and I, you know. Because I can hear you just fine. Yeah. Yeah. I know you showed me Assassin's Creed 2, Infamous 2, Killzone 3, Homefront, MLB 09, NBA Live 10, and I think it was like Heavy Rain and then Rage were the ones you'd shown. Because I sent them to Shondo, because he was saying it was pretty cool that you were sending those over, you know. Actually, I could literally go right on Twitter on my laptop right now, if you give me a sec. Well, that's what I'm saying. I can make sure I'm not missing any that I said. You know, in case I missed one. Yep. Right. Yep. Okay. I actually ironically gave my nephew, like my nephew's little brother, his like stepbrother sorta, I gave him my old 2K15 because I never got back to it. But I might take that, just, yeah. But yeah, you have Crisis 2 in here, but I don't think you listed that one because I know, you know. But yeah, a lot of them, except for like some of them that you said, they're in here. Like Heavy Rain is in there too. I'll probably just keep them for my collection's sake, you know. But like I said, I don't know if you got my DM later on about like the game, and then I told you try and keep it where it's in that used price. Don't go beyond like 25, because that freaking game is pricey. Like every NASCAR game except for Heat 3 on the PS4 are in like the $40 range still. That's why I said don't do anything above like 20-25 range. I'm trying to be reasonable about it. Like even like if you can't do a NASCAR game, but say you can get like one of the old WWE games from the PS3 that came after the SVR series, so like WWE 12, 13, you know, All Star, something like that, where you can do it cheap. If you can do those, I'd take that over NASCAR. I mean, whatever games you can get cheap. I wanted inside the line on at least at the GameStop sites that I see online for used. For PS3, it goes for like $14.99. Then you pay the tax. It's like around, with tax and shipping, it's like $19.99. It's like around the price I paid for it new on PC. The only difference is there's no DLC. So, yeah, and some will call it. Some people might know it as NASCAR 2013 because that's like its alternate name it was given for Steam and everything. It's the same game as long as the cover matches. But if you can get any, Dale Jr. has the son of Dale Earnhardt on it. That's what I'm saying. If you can get it to where it's no more than 20 and get it sent out to me, that'd be awesome. Because that is the only game, I don't care if it's pre-owned, it's the only like NASCAR game I want on PS3. Then I have all the PS3 games I want in some capacity. You know? Wait, you actually found it for less than what I found it for? For one of them?
Coming to the green. Almost ready.
Of that exact one or a different one? Because if it's that one, that's impressive. I'm not even complaining. If you could get it under $15, that's a steal for that game. Because it's like, if you remember how Dirt to Daytona was during the PS2 era, everybody says it's literally like that, but with a more modern take of it. It's like the paint thing in this is so much more advanced in that than this. It takes all the good mechanics of this one with all the good mechanics of Dirt to Daytona and Thunder and throws them into one game.
Outside. All right, you're clear.
So, yep. Yep. Yep.
Careful, still there. Got a car low now.
Yeah. Speaking of which, what game would you want me to get you? I gotta get you something back eventually. I don't know if it doesn't matter if it's PS4 or PS5, because for all I know I could actually own the PS4 game and you just say here, I'll send it back to you, you keep it. But did you get the post afterwards about the Uncharted thing? Like, which here's the weird thing, I swear that was like one of those ones they offered free with Plus, and I kid you not, I somehow still own it, and I even owned it when I had no Plus.
Careful, still there.
Oh, when you actually got it with Plus, and so they said just keep it, basically, kind of thing?
Stay high.
Okay, I didn't know that. I knew, here's a funny one. Alright, so you know Mortal Kombat X, right? You know how the XL version, right now, it's like $20 with the DLC, where you get all the, characters, so you get, like, Jason and all that?
Clear down low.
Back when it was on sale for, like, 10, I bought it, and then when I realized it wasn't just DLC, it was actually the full game, and I already owned the game, I said to Sony, I said, can I get a refund for this? This is not what I want. I only wanted the DLC, but because I had started downloading it and I wasn't going to know until I downloaded it, they said we can't do anything about it. So I contacted my bank, which is the same bank I sent to you to, to contact about that issue you had once. And they refunded it. I go into my game, because I told my nephew, I said, because that Elder Scrolls that somehow I actually own on my PS4, ironically, in my library, the same one I bought for $10 from Best Buy, it corrupted my system's hard drive, the external one, so I said, screw it, gotta reset the whole thing if I'm gonna get it working right. Even though I could have just literally just reset the hard drive and then it would have been set, but I didn't think about it, So I just reset the whole system, not to mention I just wanted to clear up the system and get some games so I could put what I specifically want on there.
5 to go.
Funny enough, I go check my library, I own both of them in my PS4 library. I'm sure I did well, I just haven't looked. So I've got XL that has all the DLC, and X. And I paid nothing for the spin-off. So I have Jason, Predator, Alien, Leatherface, Tremor, Triborg, Tanya and whoever else was in there. I have them all for free
Still
basically now. I'm like, screw you, Sony. If you screw up, it's not my fault you screwed up. And also, I am not getting that top 25. I'm not focused.
Coming to
But
the
yeah, I
green,
got it for
driver.
free.
Be ready.
I'll chat with you tonight or something. Maybe
Time
if
to
you
go.
want. If you got Discord. If you got Discord, send me an invite on Discord and we'll chat during your stream.
Still there.
Yeah. Like I said, you never know. I might actually own them. What's funny is I still own my physical copy
still
of
there.
Fire Pro Wrestling World.
Clear high,
Because
bud.
my friend had got it for me for my birthday for like brand new. I think he got it for like $40 new or something. I wish I did. I don't think I do, unfortunately. I could get it for you though off of Amazon for cheap. I'm sure. Yeah. I'll see what I can find for you. It doesn't
Still
matter if it's
there.
PS4, PS5,
Got a car
PS3.
high now.
Doesn't matter the system. If I can find it cheap enough and I got a chance, I'll get it for you. Because I'm going to be going back Monday for my plasma stuff. So I'm going to be getting more money
Still
for
there.
that. Yeah, I'll see you later. Yep. Later. Yep. Let me see Will here real quick. Bear with me. Notifications. Are you sure you sent it, Will, on PS4? Because I don't see a notification for a friend request over here. Looking right at it. I would invite you, but I don't see it, Will. So if you're sure it's there, let me know. You have Discord. Yeah, I saw that. I'll have to add you. I've been meaning to add you and I've been so busy. I'm sorry. But yeah, I'll double check, but I didn't see it. It's literally my YouTube name. That's my PSN name. Same as YouTube. And I'm not in the zone on NASCAR right now. I gotta get back in the zone. Oh, that caught me off guard. Let's go to the next song. No. I like how this is playing in order instead of in, I like how it's not playing in, what do you call it? It's not playing in friggin' shuffle mode, it's playing in loop mode, which is good, because I want it that way. Tell with you, and you can take your boyfriend too. It's gonna be a long way
We're going
down
green.
there, a long
Almost
way.
Green flag, green flag. Stay low.
That can come of it.
Stay low.
Inside.
Still there.
Will, if you send me a friend request, it's literally my YouTube name. You just gotta look for the logo that you're seeing on the stream, which is the New York Yankees MLB The Show 20 logo. And then I should be able to add you. That's my username. DOA
Got one down low
Hitman.
now.
All one thing,
Clear low.
all capital. You
Car
should be able to
outside.
find it. It's not hard to find, trust me. Just don't do a close one, like I said. I don't accept close friend requests until I get to know somebody. Or if they're actually family. Like my nephew, if he did a close friend request right now, I would accept it because he's my family. I know who he is personally. But if it's somebody like somebody I don't know all that well, or I'm still getting to know, I'm not gonna instantly accept a close friend one right away. So, let's see what else they got here. The bad habits. Oh, I don't have it. Let's see, what else is in here? Oh, there's a good one. Let's sing this shit. I wore a black today. Sunglasses on my face. Alright, let's see. Pain. I apologize to your family. William212 is you, Will? I want to make sure before I add you, my dude. I don't want to add somebody that's not it. With Sly Cooper, I believe, is the profile picture. That's you, let me know. So I don't add somebody I don't know. Okay. I'm going to send you I'm going to add you and I'm going to send you a party invite. So, some of my life were all thanks to you. All thanks to you, true. Come on, PlayStation. Oh, seriously? There it goes. Alright, hopefully it was added. Hey, DJ. Oh, that's good news. Good. If they're going right to your house for your thing, that's good news. Alright, let me send you a party invite, Will. If you're able. Hold on. I gotta remember how to do a party invite on PlayStation. Okay, start. Online, Will. You gotta get online so I can add you into a party. So, I'll wait. For now, we are gonna go to... Oh, excuse me. We're gonna go... Race modes, challenges. Let's go do this. Oh, the Glen is one of the worst tracks in my opinion, though. It's such a bitch. You know, we'll do this one. And there's nothing left to celebrate. Almost time. You know what? Let's see. You know what? Actually, I forgot. There's also a YouTube, that channel, DJ, if you remember, which was Rhino JB. This whole playlist, I believe, is all copyright free. So I can actually use this. It's not going to be DMCA'd, and this is stuff he uses on his stream. I could, but I don't think I'm going to. So.
Green is out.
Oh, shh.
Hold your line.
Hang on. Oh, shh. Damn, I got distracted. Let me see. Will, do you have a mic? Because if you have a mic, I can send you a party invite and we can chat.
Car there on the inside. 5 more laps.
Okay, let's dig. We're in 9th of one of the last spots to be in, which is the worst thing. If you want, if you get a mic set up, let me know. I'll send you a party invite if I can remember how to do it, and then we'll chat. Just gotta make sure you're appearing online on PSN.
Alright, you're clear.
Come on. You gotta make sure if you want your voice heard in the stream, you gotta have your thing set to where you allow your voice to be heard in streams.
5 to go.
Because otherwise you're Scrooged. Damn it!
Say
Scrooged, then I get Scrooged.
5 more laps. Hold your line, got one outside.
I figured you would be, Will.
Alright, clear outside. Got one kicking inside.
Just let me know when you're online and you have your mic ready to go, and then I'll set it up.
Alright, you're clear.
Come on. I don't care if I have to push up against the wall to get through.
Clear low. Alright,
Gets me past these guys, so be it. Alright, I'll send it shortly after I finish this challenge. Won't take me long.
Alright, you're clear.
If I can just get off this wall first,
Car there on
down,
the inside.
and get
All
inside
clear.
and take the spot. Come on.
2 to go.
It's 2 to go.
Alright, clear outside.
Come on.
Clear high, clear high.
Oh really? That's good to know for you, teacher. And I mean that sincerely, like congrats. It's cool to always have nice people, right? It's always good to have nice people add stuff. And I'm gonna check the mail right before I send you the invite, so bear with me if I'm not there right away. Hell yeah. Woo! Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta check the mail. Because it's a Saturday, so it's gonna be kind of weird. And then I will be right back, and I'll try and send you a party invite, Will, and we'll see what we can do. Oh, that's the same with me, Will. I have PDD. I'll explain when we talk. Alright, let me try and set this up. Bear with me. Like I said, it's been a hot minute since I've had to invite anybody to a party chat. Alright. Let me make sure it was set. Yeah, it was set up, so you should be able to join, Will, if you get it. That's fine, as long as you get that situated, DJ. That's important. Now I gotta catch my breath. Alright. Will? You're gonna want to... Yeah, because your mic was, like, super quiet for a second, and then all of a sudden it just got louder. Hey, just... No, that's not... I actually forgot they updated that to do that, because I remember when it was like all you could use the app for was to chat with anybody on any system, and then they took away the chat, like text chat function, I think, from it at one point, which was stupid, but it was what it was. Yeah, I was gonna say they should have. Yeah, because otherwise, how is anybody gonna communicate if they don't have the consoles? Good. That'll help you. That'll help you out instead of having to be on the console 24/7. Unless they have the PS3 active, yeah. Actually, on the, you know what's funny is on the PS3 in terms of like the software update, the only thing they've done was just update it so that the system can read like newer Blu-ray movies that come out, because otherwise it's not going to register them because of how much newer they are than the console was. Outside of that, it shouldn't do anything to the console. I mean, the only thing it'll do is it'll prevent you from, like, unless you own games already in the store, it'll prevent you from like buying new ones, but any that you already own, you should be able to re-download. Because I know on my account on there, I was able to, after updating, I was able to re-download Star Wars Episode 3 Revenge of the Sith through the PlayStation thing that had the PS2 game, so that I know for a fact should work. I believe. Don't quote me on it, because it's been a bit. Yep. That's the thing. I don't know if you know this. Do you know what PDD is? I don't know if you know what that stands for. Pervasive developmental disorder. Developmental disorder. Yep. And it's actually, if you look at the autism spectrum, it's literally the smallest one that just barely puts it on the spectrum without it not being on the spectrum at all. It's like the last thing you can have where it's not spectrum, but also not at the far end where it's exactly autism, if that makes sense. It's like the equivalent of like ADD versus ADHD. The difference being one is mild and one is actually major, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like because like with ADD, it's a mild version of ADHD, and then ADHD is the hyperactive side of it, which is what I have. So it's more so because I would have, like I said, like with the thing, like when people were adding me and stuff, trying to do close friend requests, I'd get spammed with like invites and stuff from people to things that I don't want to be in when I'm just trying to relax for a day, especially when my parents are home, you know. I don't want to be bothered. I want to relax so I can make sure I can help them. People just send me invites to parties, or they'll send me invites to like group chat things I don't want to be in, and it drives me nuts. So that's the reason I appear offline a lot of the time. It's nothing against anybody. It's just my preference, you know. Like, that's why when I chat with people I know that's not through PlayStation, I go on Discord to chat with them, you know? Like, for example, like Molly and them. Like, if they had PlayStation, I would prefer to chat on Discord because it's just easier, you know? So, go ahead. It's because it can get annoying after a while. Like, say, for example, because I was like this one person where, I added them because it was through somebody else that I had met through PlayStation, like back when I graduated high school about 6 years ago. and I added the person, and then the person decided to put me in a group chat where it's like everybody's just chatting and spamming each other, and it's driving everybody else nuts. And so I decided to leave it. So outside of that, and having people just being rude in the past and stuff, even though I can be really nice, I can easily get annoyed from things if you're being rude about it. Like if you're, like for example, like say you were trying to add me on PlayStation, you said, "Hey, can I add you? I'll make sure to do it this way." As long as you do it the way that you said you're going to do it, I don't mind. But the moment somebody tries to bombard me with message after message after message, even with, because I have like a tough sleep schedule as it is. I have insomnia issues sometimes, and sometimes I'm trying to help my parents, so I'm not at my console at the time, and stuff like that. If you're going to bombard me and expect me to do this, 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 and this when you want me to and not when I'm able to, then I'm not going to want to communicate with you. Like, that's my kind of thing. Like, that's why I get along with DJ and Nate and stuff. Like, I'll joke with them and I'll say, "Hey, you're getting annoying," but they're not really being annoying. They're doing it to try and tease and everything, and that's something that I look for, is when you can joke about it and not actually be annoying. It's bad enough when I'm being the annoying one. I don't need somebody being annoying to me and then making me feel bad for being annoying, and then I have to make them feel bad. You're fine. I've seen you in the chat. You always have a good sense of humor, a good positive attitude and everything. I've actually been meaning to add you on Discord because you sent me the request, but I've been like so like distracted and busy and everything that I actually keep intending to go hit it, and then I think I went to go hit it and I forgot to do it. I was like looking at like all the requests that I had sent out, and I'm like, all right, let me clear all these ones that I've sent out in the pending so I can clear them out. And I had yours there, and I meant to go hit it, and then I'm like, I want to get to streaming, and I just completely blanked on it. And I just said, forget it, I'll do it later. So it was nothing against you. It's just I got sidetracked, and I'm just like, let me go make sure this, and this are done. I've been meaning to add you on Discord because you sent me the request, and I just completely keep forgetting. And I'm like, I know I need to add him, and then I feel bad. Like I said, you've always been nice to everybody, so. Good. That's basically what I do at home unless I'm helping my parents, so I know how that is. Yeah. Yeah, I don't blame you. I would like to be able to communicate with people. Like, that's why I still stay in contact with T-Belly. Like, actually, fun fact, he's actually the reason I have a Game Boy Pocket and I'm able to play a childhood game that I've gotten again, which is Pokemon Yellow. Like, he's the reason I'm able to play it now. Given that my SP is, like, always dead and I haven't figured out where the charger is or the device to charge it. So he's given me a system and stuff, and I've had that since 2019 before when the Ebola one was hitting. So I've always stayed in contact with T-Belly since I found him. I want to say it was like shortly after I graduated high school. I want to say in like 2016. I had met him for the first time on YouTube, and I've been in contact with him ever since. He's always been nice. He's how I met like people like DJ and Neat. So. Right? Yeah, say it again, because. Oh really? No, you're good. I just want to make sure I was hearing you. Yeah. Yeah, I had somebody. Yeah, I can hear you. I just was making sure I'm not talking over you because you're trying to talk and, I get loud and I don't know it. It happens more than I would like to admit. Oh, that's nice of Lit to do. Yeah. But you just need the games to play on it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I have them, but I haven't gone through like my stuff because I have so many like DVDs and games for different systems scattered in like this thing that I'm looking at. That I had an Xbox game I wanted to ask you if you had, like the original Xbox, and I couldn't find it at first, and I'm not sure where it's at, but it's in there. I have a Lord of the Rings game for the original Xbox, and I thought maybe you'd want it. I don't know if you're into Lord of the Rings. Oh, speaking of which, here it is. It's Lord of the Rings: The Two Towers. It's for the original Xbox. And it works because I played it once. Good. Yeah, because if it's one that's playable and you're looking for it, it's a platinum hit one. If you want it, I can have T-Belly help me get it out to you. I'm sure he wouldn't mind. I mean, I would send it to you, but it'd be harder to try and figure out how to send it to you versus just sending it to somebody I know can get it out for me, you know what I mean? Because I wouldn't be able to guarantee I could get it out. Whereas T-Belly could send something to me with a return thing, and then all I'd have to do is just put the thing in the return thing, send it in the mailbox, and send it back to him, and then he could handle it, you know what I mean? So it wouldn't be anything against you, it'd just be a lot less work. You know, save everybody time, right? You're good. I'm just looking at other games, seeing what else I got while you're doing that. You're good. Yeah, because the Two Towers is the one I have, and I don't know if that one's listed. I would think it is, if I recall. No? Well, the Lord of the Rings: The Two Towers is the actual previous one. That's the second one in the movie series, but it's like the first game, I think, in those video game series. Let me see if I can actually see what the list is. Let me see if I can actually get the current list that Microsoft has, because I know sometimes Microsoft doesn't update their list. You know what I mean? For like 360, because they're focusing on the new stuff, just like with Sony. So let me see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's due to the ADHD side of things. That's why. Because like I said, I have ADHD, PDD, so. Go ahead. Yeah. Let's see here. You know what'd be ironic is if that game wasn't compatible with 360, but it was compatible on the Xbox Ones. Wouldn't that be hilarious? Knowing Microsoft. Yeah, because here's the thing. I went to try and go to the list for like the compatible 360 games, and it didn't even load the page, which was weird. It was through Microsoft's site, so that was weird. So I'm gonna try a different way here. Alright, let's see, because this has got all the Xbox One backwards compatible support. Yeah, 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 yeah. You wanna know what the one game I actually would want to get a 360 for is? I don't know if you've ever played it. It's Fable 3. It's like the most hated one of that series, but it's like that game is so fun. If you've played the originals, it's just as good, if not better, at times. In my opinion, like heard and seen videos about the previous ones, but 3 is so fun, especially if you can play it with a friend. Because there's this like thing you can do with a friend where you can both sit in a server. You know, like how in like GTA Online, you can just walk around in circles the whole time, so you don't get booted, and you can just get free money just for being a good sport just by walking in circles with a friend if you're in a private lobby or whatever. You could do something almost like that where you would just sit there with a friend and you would just make money from your businesses while repairing them every now and again through Fable 3, which was funny. So I was born in the east, close to the East Coast, Upper East Coast in Connecticut. If you actually want to know what I look like, what's funny is I actually sent a video of what I looked like to KJ back when she was streaming. When I told her, I said, "Here, don't show anybody else." I don't think you were there for that one though. That's the funny part. You might have been, but I don't think you were actually active in the chat. Like you said, you had to go do something. You'd be AFK or something at that point. But if you really want to know what I look like, it's not hard to find videos on my channel of me because I would have privated them by now if I was really that worried about people seeing it. Right now I'm just trying to get to my chin. I honestly don't know because a lot of people say like they've seen what I've looked like and they say I look I shouldn't be awkward, but the other part is that my sister, the one that has the little dog I always talk about named Kobe, she had another dog a while ago when we were still in Connecticut named Lexani, and she was very hyper. And what happened was she decided to run around in my room and not only pee on something that was useful for like if you have a sore back or anything, but she also pulled my camera out, my first like PS4 that I had at the time, and destroyed the camera that I was given by can't think of who it was, but there's a YouTube person that knows like people like Brian Trusty and stuff that gave it to me, and she pulls it and it broke it, and that's why I haven't been using a camera because I don't have the camera anymore. So if you look, there's like videos from like 1 or 2 years ago that have the camera and some that don't, and that's why. Yeah, and it especially doesn't help when they're a puppy and they still have to be trained. That makes it worse. But it was just the whole point of like my sister would let her run around and stuff like to try and get some of her energy up, but she always said, "Be careful not to let her up into your room. Like close your door." And I didn't think to close my door, so she got in through my room through the door somehow because I had it closed but not closed right. Because I think in that house that I was living in, my room's door wouldn't close properly. Go ahead. Let me find one of those. Perfect example of one that has me on camera is go back to when I was playing NBA 2K19 when that was relevant. It was like a 22-minute video. You'll see me in there, and that's pre-beard. Like I had like a very short beard and mustache at that point. I have like a full-on thing going now, but like I think the reason I got awkward on camera isn't not not WWE, but NBA. Where is it? If you were to look at all my videos, if you look for where it says something of like 2K19 Retro Teams gameplay, where it's in parentheses and it's like 22 minutes, that's the one that I'm talking about. That was like the first one that had camera footage. And then the last one to have camera footage, because like I said, I was iffy about it until that incident with the thing happened, was when I did the Contra playthrough where I did the arcade archive thing that I showed Megadan, where he was impressed that I beat both the original and the US and the Japan versions of the arcade with like a pea shooter type thing, but it was like the shortened condensed arcade. It's not like the real arcade would have been. Like that was the last video to have it because like I said, at that time, that's when my sister had the puppy and the puppy ended up wrecking the camera by accident when she was running around, and it ruined it. Because if it wasn't for that, I would actually still have the camera and I would consider it, and I'd wear a hat and everything like T-Belly does. But because of that, I don't have a camera, so I'm kind of stuck. you know? Yeah. Just please don't play the audio in the background because I don't like having my voice in the background. I get awkward about my voice too. Go ahead. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why. I used to be okay with being on a camera, and then, like, right around the time I was hitting high school, I just started getting awkward on camera. Feeling really weird hearing myself and seeing myself on camera. And so I just stopped camera altogether after the camera got wrecked. I was like, yeah, I'm not getting another camera. you know? At that time when I had that camera, I was actually 22, 23, somewhere in there. I'm now going to be 25 this year, so think about that. That should say a lot. Born in 96, actually. If you remember Randy Savage's birthday, I was born on his birthday in 96. If you remember Macho Man Randy Savage, the wrestler that passed away in like 2011, 2012, somewhere in there, I was born on his birthday in 1996. I shared my birthday with Randy Savage, which is the Macho Man, and Chad Kroeger of Nickelback. I share my birthday with them. It was late 96, actually, November 15th, late 96. I was born at like the height of the Attitude Era, prior to, basically I was born post Austin startup, like right after King of the Ring, pre Bret Hart walking out and the whole Montreal Screwjob incident happening. Like I was born prior to that. But I didn't start understanding anything like wrestling or anything until I started gaming in like 2002. My first system I ever touched was NES, and I played Mario and Duck Hunt, Bad Dudes, and Ice Hockey on there. And my parents got that when I was like 6, back in 2002. On my mom's side, I have German, Irish, and on my dad's, I get French Cherokee. Because he's Cherokee Indian and then French on that side. That's why I said French Cherokee. Just to clear that up so there's not like confusion like where's the other ethnicity. Let's try and get to like talking in the chats more and then I'll do it. Not right now, but I will eventually. It's just the reason I also don't do close friends is because it's got my real name and I don't like sharing my real name to other people that I don't closely know. You know, like for example, like I said, T-Belly, the reason I gave him, you know, I sent him a friend request and I think it has my actual name is because like he and I have connected so well that we've gotten to know each other that I trust him with it if he wanted it, you know? That's like, funny enough, I tell everybody call me by a shortened version of my name. But the funny part is if you look at the nickname I go by, it has nothing to do with the nickname that would associate with that name. Like it's actually the shortened nickname that you would give to somebody who's named Robert, which is ironic. Like the nickname I've chosen that I've had since like high school is meant to be used as a nickname for the name Robert and not for my actual first name. Which makes it ironic. But yeah, that's why I tell everybody call me Rob. You know, like that's just what I preferred starting in high school. And it stuck with me ever since. You know? I mean, yeah, my actual first name is Batman's sidekick, that's all I'm gonna say. But I tell everybody just call me Rob because it's more comfortable to me. That's what I'm accustomed to, you know? The only people that don't call me by that is like my family. Like my family has the rights to call me by my full first name, but like people that I'm, you know, friends with and stuff, I tell them call me Rob just for my own sake, you know? So, yeah. Do you want to know the backstory to if you want to know the backstory to that, I can share that right now. I've got that memorized and what happened that led into that. All right. So, you know the company Impact Wrestling, right? Which was TNA back in like '08. All right. Back then in '08, they had a game on the PS2, PS3, 360, and I think either the PSP or the Wii at the time, called TNA Impact the video game. And there was a wrestler in there that the story is based around named Suicide, who's now going off of some other name, I forget. I don't know if he's still Suicide now, or if he's going by the Manic name that he had later on. But the original name he went by was Suicide. And his finisher, which stands for, I think it's Dead on Arrival, was the DOA. He would do like a, you know, head scissor and then a front, you know, sunset flip finish. You know. And I thought that was cool. I'm like, that's going to influence my name, because I had a different YouTube name prior to that, which I'll explain after. And I thought that was cool, and I'm like, what could go good with that? That would sound really cool and would stick permanently, you know? And at that time, I was big into Hitman Absolution. I had just finished that game, you know, the PS3 version of it. I'm like, this game's amazing. And then I got to see like the movie and everything else, and I'm like, that's the name I'm going with, DOA Hitman. And so the channel name became what it is now. Prior to that, it was a channel that my nephew and I had built. Go ahead. The funny thing is, my first name, my actual first name, if you actually extend it to the actual name, is the sidekick of a popular no power DC superhero. If you can figure it out, props to you. All I'm gonna say is the sidekick because the sidekick becomes Nightwing, and because kids used to be punks in middle school and stuff, and the bus driver would do nothing about it, even though I was in high school, right? They would always call me, like they would do all these stupid nicknames like the Red Robin and uh, the Reuben sandwich and all that stuff. I don't care. People know it. It's Robin, but I prefer to go by Rob, and everybody understands that. Like they know that. Yeah. But yeah. So here's the origin of what led into my channel name, because my original channel name was totally different. Okay. Way back when, I want to say it was maybe about. I want to say maybe about 5. No, my nephew was around 9, 6 years ago. Okay, so I was around 18. My nephew was around 9. He and I were playing and streaming, through a phone back when you could use a phone. You didn't have to have 1,000+ subs because of that incident, if you remember. Remember they had that incident where you had to have 1,000 subscribers or more because somebody had filmed a video under that and, caused chaos with a murder and everything. So YouTube's policy changed. But back when YouTube used to let you stream where you had at least 100 YouTube subscribers, so you could have like. Alright, so if you remember, back then, they used to allow people that had at least 100 or more subscribers have their own URL and stream from their phone before the incident. And back then, my nephew and I would try and stream PS3 because we didn't have all the stuff that you could have now, to convert it as easily and all that stuff where it was on the cheap. So he and I would stream it. And back then, he and I used to stream Call of Duty and GTA 5, and we'd go off of the name GTA 5 Kings because we had beaten GTA 5 like super fast before it became a speedrun category, Like we beat it way sooner than we thought we would. And so we thought we were the kings back then, So we call ourselves GTA 5 Kings. And then my nephew kind of went off and did his own thing, started doing football and everything else. I'm doing good, Megan. I apologize. I'm not acknowledging you. I'll talk and explain stuff later. Go ahead. Let's put it this way. It's nothing. Let's put it this way. I've just been between being busy helping my parents with stuff because they were trying to get back into work, and my sleep schedule just being out of whack, and doing plasma donations, and also being on Twitch like that. That thing I had DJ show off there, the command I put in. I've been watching that channel over on Twitch because he starts at like 8 a.m. Eastern and 7 a.m. Central. So I gotta get on there early so I can watch them. And so between that and helping my parents with stuff around the house and my out of whack sleep schedule, I don't get a chance to get on YouTube right away. And so by the time I actually get over there and he's live, he's either just finishing or somebody else is starting, like Nate will start, or T-Belly might be on, or Megadan might be on, or KJ might be on, or people that I actually usually will watch just as much as him. So the fact I don't see him is nothing against him. It's just so many channels at once pop up at similar times that anybody and everybody's missing out. You know what I mean? So no matter what, somebody's always going to be missed, even if I'm subbed. Because he knows I would watch him before that, so. Yeah. Like, explain what you define as mysterious. So what you're wondering is how I factor that into my real life and how that affects my streaming, if I'm understanding. Alright, so here's the basic breakdown. because like I said, my parents and I had moved up here April of last year. We're now in Ohio. We were in Connecticut. They kind of were out of jobs because the pandemic hit right when they were going to try and transition to a different job. And so things got out of whack, and they haven't been able to do anything for the better part of last year until now. And so because of that, and the fact that I have a weird sleep schedule, and the hours were kind of weird, when they had first started getting ready to want to get to work and stuff, a lot of jobs had weird hours, so it didn't work out for them. What ended up happening was my stream thing started just dipping. I haven't had time to stream because, like I said, insomnia messes up my sleep schedule. Doing the plasma donations this time for the first time ever. My parents need my help, all this stuff. I don't get time to just stream. I get time to game, but I don't get time to stream, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like I get more time to game on the download than I do to stream it. When I would like to be able to stream it. Even though my parents know that I would stream and stuff, their understanding of that, I probably play the game more offline than I would stream because how things are, Which I think if they understand that if it wasn't for that, they'd probably be like, just go ahead, go stream. But it's because like they want to be able to relax because they do so much as it is, that it's kind of difficult for everybody to actually have it where anybody can do whatever they want in the house without everybody getting all on edge, Especially when you're stuck in lockdown because of a virus and everything, so. Yeah. Yeah. Let's put it this way: when they're trying to talk and I'm talking too fast, they'll have to make me repeat. There is things where like they don't usually get annoyed. They'll just be like, "Can you repeat that?" Because I'm talking way faster than they realize because they don't know me like that. You know what I mean? Like there's people that know me personally, and then there's people that don't know me well enough to understand why I talk so fast. Like T-Belly, why do you think he's so patient and stuff? Because he knows how I am. Because we've actually done it in the past. He's actually been on a stream with me. We played things like Fire Pro and 2K19 from WWE and stuff like that in the past. So he knows how I am with talking everything, So he's understanding of that. But some people aren't like that because they don't know me in that sense, if that makes sense. Like they don't know me on the level of people like T-Belly or my personal family would. Like you weren't ever in one place for long enough to actually get to have a lot of friends is what you're saying. Like you would always move before you actually fully got to know somebody. I get you. Yeah. 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 No, I moved to Ohio. I was in Connecticut for my whole life prior to moving in 2020. We moved in April 2020 up here to Ohio to be closer to my nephew who lives out this way. And then, of course, when we were trying to actually spend time with them and everything, things get all out of whack between him having school and the virus and everything else, because the virus was still just fairly new at the time. Remember, it hadn't evolved like it did later on. at that time. So we were actually in the point of where they haven't even decided to lock people down and put them in, confined areas yet. Like the only states I believe that were affected at that time were New York and Florida were like the two biggest areas for it at the time, and they hadn't, like Florida hadn't put itself on lockdown like New York had at that point, if you remember. Yeah, because you don't have much else that you could do besides sit at home and relax and just chill out, basically, is what it sounds like. Yeah. Yeah. Out here where I live in Ohio. Oh, go ahead. I'll wait until you finish. I'll explain after. No rush. Yeah. Like basically, in terms of restaurants, you can do everything except dine in. So you could take it to go or have it delivered to you, or go do a curbside pickup type thing, basically. If I'm understanding. Yeah. 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 Like out here in Ohio with our governor and stuff, their rules are they've put it in place now where unless you're going for essentials like things you need like clothes, food, or important stuff, like if you're stuck like where you're stuck in a drive-through, the irony is 9 times out of the 10 people, especially in like the county that we're in, which I won't share right now, but the county that I live in, what's ironic is they have a curfew where you have to be at your house by 10 o'clock unless you're getting stuck in a drive-through getting food, or you're picking up something that you need at curbside pickup, or you're going to grab something that's essential. Otherwise, you can be out later than that. It's just you have to be in by 10 unless that's a circumstance where it's out of your control like that. And they're starting to slowly, in the area I'm in, they're slowly allowing people to start doing dine-in in some areas. In some areas, they're not. So places like buffets, they're doing it, but they're doing it where they're now limited to how many people they can have in at a time and how many have to go out at a time to let new ones in, if that makes sense. So like, for example, there's like a store out here that has it where they're only allowed so many in at a time, and then you go out and then new people can come in. As long as you do it like how you're doing right now, where you're being polite about it, you're good. Just note that. That's all I ask is be polite if you're gonna do it. Don't just say you need to slow down. Like be polite. Say, hey, can you repeat it or something. Yeah, because then you're gonna have to try and pick up where I'm at and be like, okay, where is he at now? You have to try and pick up your mindset and keep up. Like you can notice T-Belly got adapted to it quick, and he's like, "Go ahead, finish what you're saying, and then he'll respond." Because, like I said, T-Belly and I have kind of gotten in that rhythm of where we're adapted to it. I've actually had more people that are interested in talking to me than I've had that aren't, ironically, which is kind of the opposite effect of what I was expecting. Given how people can be. Like I actually, when I was in middle school, this is God. God, you can finish. I can wait. Yeah. Like basically, you wanted to get to know each other before you assume anything. Like you don't want to have an opinion of something that you don't know. Yeah. Yeah. The ones that I know of that aren't like schooling really, like school related, like you would, like how they say when you're hitting senior, high school and you're hitting senior year, you're gonna have high anxiety. Like outside of like the obvious thing like that, the only ones I know of are ADHD and PDD. Anything beyond that, I would not know. I mean, I have signs of OCD, but I've never been confirmed that I'm diagnosed with it, so I would not know. You know what I mean? I have, but it's only like when people are doing, like those ones where they'll say, hey, go to this link to buy subscribers, or do this, or do that. I'll ban those, or if I ask you politely, hey, I can do this, but give me some time, I'm in the middle of this, right? If I give you a warning, I do like a system where if I give you a warning, that's your signal to know to slow your roll, wait a minute, and let me figure something out. But if you keep pestering me for it, and I have no mods available at the time because my scheduling being kind of weird for everybody to get in with time zones, I will warn them. I'll say you get one more warning. This is your last warning, and then if they do it again, they're just gone. They just get removed, hidden, gone. Like I'm one of those people that I will give you a chance to prove yourself, but if you can clarify to me off screen, hey, I made a mistake, I'll let you back in. But just always be careful about how you go about it. You know what I mean? I tried to. I tried to, but I haven't gotten to it. And actually, I can. I'm in I have mine set up because you know how when you become a partner for either, that's when you stop being able to have the ability to do multi-streaming through restream and stuff like that. If it wasn't for that, if I could figure out how to work restream, I actually could stream on both if I wanted to right now, and it would be fine. Because I'm not at that level of either or. I've still got to remember how to do it. I know how to do it, and I just forgot. Like even OBS, I still got to readapt to that. you know. Like, I gotta remember how to redo the restream stuff. Actually, if you don't mind, I'm gonna consider like later on in the day, like tonight after the basketball game, maybe around because basketball starts at 8. I'm gonna try and do it before that. I'll probably do it around like 6, 7 o'clock Eastern. I don't know what time. I think given you're in Georgia, you're what on the West Coast? You're either in Mountain Time Zone or you're in Pacific. I don't know what time zone you're in. I'm sorry. I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't know states and what's in what time zone. The only states I know what time zone they're in. Go ahead. Which is equivalent to which time zone? Because like I said, I only know of East, Pacific, Mountain. Oh, okay. So you're the same time zone as me. Okay. Yeah. and then it's actually between Pacific and Greenwich Mean Time, which is the UK in Europe time zone, like the east coast of Europe, right? That's closer to the coast of the east coast, would be 5 hours ahead of Pacific, which makes them 8 hours ahead there. Then they're 7 hours ahead of Mountain, 6 hours ahead of Central, and then 5 hours ahead of us in East Coast. And that I only know because I know people from everywhere. Yeah. Like, what do you mean? I don't mean to seem rude. Like, I'm trying to think of how to understand what you're saying so I don't say something that makes no sense. Like I said, I wouldn't actually even know my actual ancestry. I just know the ancestry I know, and that's it. You know? For all I know, I could be Irish or Italian or something. I wouldn't know. That was, I don't even know how to describe it. I just know my room I had at the time was literally, it was much smaller than what I have now. It was literally just me, my TV, my PlayStation, and then my bed in the back with the wall, with like a chair. Now I've got space for my TV, a computer, a laptop, an arcade system, my bed, and then a bunch of other stuff. You know what I mean? Like it's changed a lot since that one. I had two of them. I gave one to my sister out in Mass. I gave her to her for her boyfriend's son, and that was the TMNT one. And now I have just the Mortal Kombat arcade from the Arcade One Ups brand. Um, well, actually, I didn't have it back. If that's recent, that would be in Ohio. That would be recent. I don't remember when that video was made. I just know the the area I'm in now, I have room for it because the ceiling's a little bit higher up, so there's space for the arcade. Whereas where I was living, it was literally just a small little bedroom. There was not going to be room for much of anything, you know. So I'm just moving around because my legs went stiff, so that's why you're hearing a lot of like shuffling and stuff. Because I don't like sitting for longer than I have to, but I also don't like standing for longer than I have to either. No, let's put it this way. I blame my school for being the reason I don't. Because when I was in high school, during graduation night, they had us standing there from like, I want to say it was like 8 o'clock at night till like almost 10 before we got to go to the mystery trip thing that was out in Great Wolf Lodge. And by the time I got to the actual mystery part of the trip, like where I actually was getting ready to enjoy it, where it was like the water park or whatever kind of part of it, I was just so done with it, and I just ended up falling asleep and ended up missing out on it because it took so long just to get through that. That's how big of a class I had for graduation. Like I said, that's kind of between the pandemic, my parents not being in work because of the pandemic, and just being busy. I appear offline and I get annoyed after a while if people try and invite me to something when I'm just trying to relax. Like I could have been busy helping my parents all day, and I finally get a chance to sit and relax, and then of course somebody wants to have me join them for something, and I'm like, no, it's too late. It could be almost like 9, 10 o'clock by the time I finally can relax, and then at that point I'm just like, I just want to play games, or I'm just gonna go to bed. you know, like I just don't feel like sitting there for hours on end just to try and play one game or something because people bug me about it, you know? But I'm not. That's the irony. Like, I've gone to like casinos with my parents, and the casino people think I'm literally under 18, and a lot of them out here require you to be 21 and up, so they think I'm underage. So they'll ask, "Can we see your ID?" And I'm like, and then my mom wonders why I don't like shaving, you know, because it takes away. It makes me look even younger. If I shave completely, it looks so much younger, and then I'm just like, yeah, now I don't want to even leave the house. You know what I mean? Like, there's ups and downs to shaving, benefits and minuses, and then my mom wonders why, and it's because I don't like being told I look young. I am if I'm going to be going to something where you need to be older, because then I have to pull out my wallet, give them the ID, take the ID back, put it back in my wallet, take it back out again. You know what I mean? It just, the hassle of repeating the same thing over and over and make it become redundant just drives me nuts. I'm just saying, because like out here, like the only time I have to do is when I'm in a casino. Because any other place where they need to ID, you know, like to sell you tickets or whatever, they almost never do it. Because they say usually unless you're 18 or a little closer to under 21, they're gonna ask for it. But if they can easily tell that you don't seem that underage, you know, they're not gonna question it. You know what I mean? Like, it's like some areas they want it, some they don't. It's just the whole convoluted part of take it out. Give it to them. Put it back in the wallet. Put it back in your pocket. Take it out again. Put it back in the wallet. Put it back in the pocket. And just having to do that like 5 or 6 times in a row after like a 5-minute period is just gonna be maddening, you know? I'm like, I don't want to be doing that 100 times. No, believe it or not, nope. Anytime I ever had a friend over, my parents knew who they were because they had met them in real life and said, yeah, it's fine, let them in, kind of thing, and I asked beforehand, or I just literally just do my own thing. I'm either keeping to myself, or my parents will just know about what's going on and be like, yeah, that's fine. Just as long as, you know, it's not that they don't mind, like they don't want people in there. It's the whole point of like, because you know how like some places, especially if it's going to lead into a pandemic like this, they're going to be like, you know, it's a safety hazard type thing kind of deal, if you know what I mean.
Here we go.
Like, my parents they're not doing to be overprotective, they're doing it because they don't want to risk somebody that could rob the place coming in. You know, you never know how people are going to be until they've met them. You know, you have to have met them for the people to have an opinion of you, you know what I'm saying?
Let's see where that puts us.
Like, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't form an opinion of anybody until I've actually talked to them or got to know them for a little bit. Like, if I'm just talking to them for the first time, I'm not going to have an opinion of them. If it was like, say this was like the 10th time I was talking to you, right? Then I'd have an honest opinion. But I never judge form an opinion of anybody until I honestly have an honest one where I can't just base them off of one thing, you know? Like, I'd have to get to know them, know their likes, dislikes, and how they react to those things, you know what I mean? That's how it determines it.
White flag is in
like, for example, I have a friend that I met in freshman year of high school that my parents would meet because I did a thing called Unified Sports, right? And because my mom has known who he is so well, anytime I would talk to him, she wouldn't question it because she knows I've gotten to know him, and she's met him, and so she trusts him, you know? So, like, if I were to ask her, I say, because I call him Dom, that's his nickname. His real name is Dominic, but his nickname is Dom. If I were to say to my mom, I said, hey, can I, you know, if we were still in Connecticut or whatever, my friend was able to come over, I'd be like, hey, can my friend Dom come over? She'd be like, who's that at first, you know, because she doesn't remember the nickname, she remembers him by his first name. I'd be like, Dominic, she'd be like, yeah, that's fine. You know, like, they have to know them. It's not for my sake, more so for everybody in the house's sake, you know what I mean? Like, it's my safety as well as theirs is what's at stake. You know what I mean? because they're the ones that are paying for the place. It's not like if I had my own property. You feel me? Like, if it was my own property, it would be a different story. I'd have to know you and then be like, yeah, come on over. But because they're the ones paying the bills for the most part, they're gonna be concerned with their safety as much as mine. You know what I mean? Especially if you're renting a place, you don't want to have somebody that you think you can trust come over, and then of course they break one little thing by accident, and then it puts you at fault. You know? Because a lot of landlords can be like that. You know what I mean? So. I did a seasonal thing for the Lowe's store that was down in Connecticut that was near where I lived, partially, and then after that, it was just like, I was done. I didn't do any other jobs after that. So, yeah, I saw that. Well, that sucks, DJ. I'm sure you'll get it resolved soon enough, though. Honestly, as long as you get, let's put it this way, DJ. If you can get it resolved to where you can use it, that's what's important, right? When you get it resolved. Go ahead.
Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, yeah. Like, I would do some real life stuff, but it's tough given between YouTube's stupid policy of how their stream policy is now, and the fact that like I said, my parents being home a lot of the time and not being able to get to work right away because of this pandemic and everything, things can get really tough. So I don't have much choice but to stream when I have time. You know what I mean? So a lot of the times I'd have to have my parents go out on a trip and then I can stream, which they understand that I like to have time for me. They like to have time for them. You know what I mean? Like they're understanding of that. It's the whole point of doing it and them questioning what's going on because they don't know right offhand beforehand. You know what I mean? Actually, believe it or not, my mom's more tech savvy than my dad. My dad, given his age, it makes sense. My mom, it's a little too, she's a little too tech savvy for her own good sometimes, and it kind of concerns me. I'm just like, you know, so that's why I'm like very specific on what social media I use because I don't want her. Oh, damn it! I forgot if I hit circle, it's gonna put me to the menu and play music. Stupid game. But what I was saying is like my mom, because she's semi tech savvy, like she's better at some stuff than I am. I gotta be cautious about how I go about using certain social media and stuff like that because she'll question every little thing. She's like that concerning, you know. She gets like very concerned about the little things for like no reason. You know. I'm very picky about what I eat. It has to be something that fits my taste but also be good. You know what I mean? Like I can't really explain it honestly if I wanted to. You ever heard of a thing called French fry pizza? Alright. You know what cheese fries are, right? Think of that, but on a pizza. So you have cheese pizza, and then you bake the fries into it. So good. If you ever get a pizza, ask if they sell fries at that place, and ask them to put the fries on it. It's so good. You won't regret it. I promise you. No, if you ask them to make French fry pizza, they'll just ask how you make it, because a lot of places don't know what that is. Because it's so obscure. It was like a thing that I tried in Connecticut one time, and then I'm just like, have this from any place I can, you know. So there'll be more questioned of like if they sell fries, like how you go about making it than they would if you know what I mean. Like they'll question more of how you go about making it than they would about how weird of a thing it sounds, which I find funny. Yes, I hear it. we actually can't have any pets on our current property because when our landlord bought the actual home that we're living in, that we're renting out from him and his father, when they had invested in it, the original people that were renting it allowed somebody to have pets in here, and the pets destroyed everything. They had to replace the carpets and everything. But if it wasn't for that, that little dog I talk about named Kobe, he's a little like dashhound or wiener dog, whatever you want to call it. If it wasn't for that, my landlord would have actually let us have him up here. But he said because of the original landlord that owned the property before him letting people have pets in here and the pets destroying everything, he said no. So he said if it wasn't for that, he would have actually considered it. He's actually my age too, which makes it easier to understand. You know what I mean? Like if he was older, it'd be a little different. Whereas given he's in my age group, like he's actually my age, he's more understanding of things. So that's why I said that's fine. We'll manage. But like he's super polite and everything. He's not like rude. He'll try and be as polite as possible, but also be as upfront as possible. If that makes sense. I don't know. I never know the difference between a millennial and all these other things. I never know the differences. Yeah. Yeah. I was born in the tail end of '96, pre-'97, and I'm glad to be born so late because I get to grow up during the height of the Attitude Era, the height of the Austin 316 era, the Montreal Screwjob era of wrestling. All the big moments of wrestling I grew up during, but I just didn't know of until the Ruthless Aggression era. Like I grew up when it comes to wrestling, I didn't start seeing it until the year Cena started on SmackDown as a rookie as the prototype. And he says to Kurt Angle, ruthless aggression, and just punches him. Like, from that point till now is what I grew up in. For wrestling that I actually remember. And DJ's just going nuts. See, what's funny is, I was born in the tail end of the 90s going into the 2000s, but yet I remember people that you would never think I would know. I remember people like Chief Jay Strongbow, Andre the Giant, Hulk Hogan, Ultimate Warrior, Ken Shamrock, Kevin Nash, Scott Hall, trying to think of somebody else there. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Whoa! DJ should get that reference. If he doesn't know it, he's fired. He's out of here. He's losing. He's literally gonna lose his badge on stream. How did I meet DJ? I actually met DJ through. I want to say I met him through Megadan, who I had met through T-Belly, but I had met Nate before I met DJ, as in Solid Nate. Like I met Solid Nate after I met T-Belly, and then I met Megadan, and then I met DJ, and then by extension I met KJ and Emily and Lit and Camp and all of them by extension. Like everybody that I meet by extension has become from somebody else. Like I met you through Molly, who I met through. No, I don't even remember how I met Molly. I just know I met her through somebody, and that's how I met you. Yeah, yeah. A lot of people are just naive. That's why. you know. Yeah. 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 No, I'm actually awake. I'm just so busy watching other streams during it that I don't even realize he's actually live. Because like by the time I get his notification, I get another notification for another stream I want to watch. You know, like recently when T Belly finally came back into streaming again for the first time in a while. At the time that Lit was getting ready to stream or whatever, I think I had gotten T Belly's first, and I just sat there and watched T Belly's, and then I jumped over to Twitch and back, and you know what I mean? Like, because there's all these different communities I watch. I even watch like wrestlers' channels over on Twitch, and so sometimes I don't see a lot of the YouTube community channels that I used to watch till then. You know what I mean? Like sometimes Lit will be live, but you know that, like I said, that command that I had DJ use, that Rhino JB, through him I met people like Zicky Dice, Effie Lives and stuff, which are wrestlers. And um by watching them or whatever, I sometimes will end up seeing them before I get to see Lit being live. So by the time I realized Lit Gaming is actually live, I end up missing it because they're still going. You know what I mean? So I end up either having to watch him or watch them. I can't do both because I don't bother to put on the laptop to do both because I'm chatting with a friend. If you remember the one that comes in sometimes that says it said Darth Lily and then it went to Darth Lily Ven or something like that. That's in there sometimes during Dan's streams and stuff. Yeah, she's a friend that I chat with on Google Hangouts. And so sometimes I'll be distracted with that and listening to basketball and stuff that by the time I realize Lit was even live, he's already getting ready to wrap up, if that makes sense. So it's nothing against him. I'm just so busy doing all these other things that by the time I realize Lit was even live, I'm just like, I missed it, you know? So it's nothing against him. Like, if I hadn't found half the channels I found through, like, Twitch and everything else, I would actually be watching Lit a lot more than I have been. So it's nothing personal. Like, he and I have no issues with each other. Like, we still get along, we'll joke and bust each other's chops, you know, and everything else. It's just with everything else I do in the time that he's live, I don't realize he's live till the last minute, and then I miss out, and I'm like, always next time, and then there never is, you know? You know what I mean? So, like I said, it's nothing against Lit. Like, he and I will interact in dance streams, so he knows we're good. It's just everything else going on. Sorry, Speaking of Lily, I'm actually speaking to her right now because I was checking my Google Hangouts thing before I forgot. Because I'm using my laptop and I'm chatting through the Hangouts website to her. That's how I've always talked with her, like off stream. That's why when I say to her, hey, can you talk about this, this, or this, about something she'd prefer to keep private between her and I that she and I know about, I always message her and ask her to, you know, speak over there and stuff, so. So don't mind me if you hear typing, it's me typing to her. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead and explain it. I'm all ears. And I'm not even being sarcastic or anything. I'm being serious. Like, you're good. I'm all ears. Yeah. Yeah. I would, but my brain doesn't have any. It's like in that mode of where it's like, okay, I want to just do this, this, or this, you know. So I honestly am like having nothing that I can ask right now, unfortunately. Trust me, if I did, I would ask him already, but I have nothing that's coming off the brain that I can ask. So No, believe it or not. Actually, what's crazy is my mom and I agreed when I was in like high school and I was getting ready to graduate that the medicine was just making things worse, and so we decided to take me off of it, and we haven't had me go to a doctor to get back on any medication since, because like none of them was doing anything. Nothing was keeping me focused. It was either making it worse or just not doing anything at all. And so we just said, screw it. Nothing's working right. We're done. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, my mom and I agreed that the medicine just does nothing. It's just there. It's like if you know what a placebo is, it basically was meant to be like that for me. For whatever reason, it just my body does not accept medicine as a way to help with the, disabilities. It only either makes them worse or just does nothing at all. Period. You know. So by me choosing to not take them, you know. Hold on, let me just. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just trying to figure out how to adjust the audio so I can hear you better. So one moment. Alright, try and say something again, go ahead.
Coming to the green. This one counts.
Believe it or not, I don't even know what causes that, and I don't question it because I just let it be because it is what it is. It's something that's in my nature, you know what I mean? Like if I knew a reason for it, I would control it better, but because I don't even know what causes it, I'm just like, yeah, I'm not gonna question it. It is what it is, you know? It's part of life. Like sometimes you have things that you don't know why they are the way they just are, and you don't question them because it's better to not question it than it is to question it and make it worse trying to solve it, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Yeah, I heard about that. And I meant to write something to you, but I was just like, I don't know when's a good time to message him and where it's not gonna seem rude or intruding or anything. So I just kind of like stuck to myself. You know what I mean? Like I'm one of those people where if I don't know how to say something through a message without it seeming rude or coming off with the wrong intent, I usually keep it to myself until I can speak it to them in person or over the phone or what have you.
Go, go, go.
Yeah, it's just with me, it's easier to speak it, what I'm trying to say, than it is to type it, because if I type it, it can come out as a jumbled mess if you don't know me all that well, versus where I speak it and you're like, oh, that's what you meant. You know what I mean? Like, because I've had moments where, like, for example, if you're, I don't know if you're ever in, Molly's, like, Discord chat very often, or not, like, in the actual general chat. There's been times where I'll say something and I'll put, like, a certain emoji, and it could, or a certain phrase, and it could come off as one of two things. When I say, like, if you've ever seen, you ever seen the show Amazing World of Gumball from Cartoon Network? Alright, there was a character in that show, which was Mrs. Robinson, that was her name. What she would do is her character, she would never speak normal words, she would just say meh the whole time, so she would be like meh 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 meh, you know, almost like the way it was in Peanuts, you know, where the adults would just sound like this. They'd sound like wah 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 wah. You know what I mean? So they had like a character like that in Gumball, and I'm like, I'm gonna utilize that to explain if I'm not feeling myself or I just don't feel like trying to explain it. I'm just gonna say that. So anytime I said meh, I needed to clarify that people need to know. When I did that in that chat, it was because I either felt one way or another, or I just didn't really have a feeling. You know what I mean? Like, it's the easiest way to speak my mind without having to write out a thing that makes no sense to anybody. You know? It could make sense to me, but the wording could be so atrocious that it makes no sense to anybody else. So by me saying man, then them asking, it makes it easier to understand, okay, he's either in this, this, or this for a mood. You know what I mean? like that's what I explained to Molly, and then she's like, you might want to clarify that in the chat. I said, okay, well let me figure out how to do it, and I'll do it. And so I told the chat, this is the reason why I act this way and say this, and so everybody's like, whenever they see me say meh, they know, okay, he's either in a bad mood, good mood, or something's coming up, and so they'll figure out how to go about trying to get the result that they want. You know what I mean? So it's never anything personal. It's just sometimes I have one of those goofy ways of saying I'm not really in a mood. I have no particular mood that I feel. You know what I mean?
Careful, still there.
So I could actually feel really happy and just say meh because it's just an easy response. Oh shush, DJ. You're the one that's always scamming.
Clear high, bud.
By the way, that's how DJ and I joke. He'll always say I'm always scamming because it's the way that we laugh.
Now.
Isn't that right, DJ?
Still there.
Go ahead. Just give me 1 second. I'm just gonna try one thing because for whatever reason the game's very loud compared to you. Go ahead.
Coming to the green, driver. Be ready here. Hammer down. Green's out.
Yeah.
Careful, still there.
Yeah.
Clear high. Clear high.
Yeah.
Clear
Yeah.
high, bud.
Yeah. See, DJ's right.
Still there.
Go ahead.
Got one down low now.
It's actually a bit newer because it's got like the iCore 3 thing. It's an HP one that's actually pretty good for being a 4 gig of RAM game system. Like for a laptop that has 4 gigs of RAM, it's actually pretty quick and fast compared to the Acer desktop that I have that's running Windows 10 that's a lot older. Because it has a lot more stuff on the Windows 10 desktop than the PC.
Hold your line. Got
Go
one
ahead.
inside.
I actually stopped playing Fortnite on any capacity of any platform of it since Season 2.
Stay high up here. Got one peeking inside. All clear.
I have nothing against Fortnite, it's just not something that fits my style of gameplay, if that makes sense. Like, I don't like playing it, regardless if I'm playing with somebody or playing solo. Like, I have nothing against the game, it's just not...
Going green. Be
It's
ready
not a
here.
style of game I'm accustomed to that I enjoy playing, if that makes sense. Like, I have to really enjoy it to keep playing it.
Five to go,
Like,
five
that's
to go.
why every NASCAR game, for a while, I would get them new when they were the new ones. Like, when they first made Heat Evolution, I convinced my mom, I convinced her to let me get it while it was still relatively new, where it was maybe a year old. And she said, alright. And then, of course, the sequel, which was Heat 2, was coming out. And I said, can I get this new the day it launches, you know, because it's the newer one and it's going to have a lot of the drivers I like and this and this. And she said, how much is it? I said, it's going to be this price. She said, depending on what we got for, you know, stuff at the time. Because this is before I was getting Social Security. This is when I had to rely on my parents to pay for everything. She said, let's see what we have for money at that point, and if I can get it for you, I'll get it for you. I said, okay. I ended up getting it. The only one I missed out on new at the time, outside of this one, which is Heat 5, was 3, because I didn't realize when the date was for the release. And Heat 5 I didn't want to get because I was kind of like debating on if I wanted to consider getting it, because I was like, is it as good as people are making it sound, you know? Given that I was more into NASCAR than I've ever been. And then I saw how good it was, and then it went on sale, and I'm like, I'm gonna grab it. So,
All clear.
go ahead.
Car there on the inside.
Actually, depending on what state he's in, which I believe he's in what? Illinois, if I recall. I know there's some states where they have it where, they actually will allow you to utilize like a virtual chat thing
Get ready.
in order to actually get married. Like there's a thing where in one state, like say something like this came up, right? There's like one state where if both parties are unable to be in person, you can actually have a video marriage where both of them are on like a video screen and actually can get married legally, and it would count as long as you have the right documentation for it, which was really neat. Like there are some states like that.
Careful, still there.
No, you're good. I know him as Daniel. I know him as Daniel J. Rudin. You're good.
Still there.
He knows I know him by that name. You're good. Don't worry.
You're all clear up top.
I would not be surprised. Knowing him, he'll want 100 little DJs running around so they can say, always scamming. All I ask is he better let me be the uncle for one of them. DJ, I better be the uncle for one of those kids or godfather, so that way I could be like, your uncle's always scamming, isn't he? He'll love that. For DJ, I actually don't even remember what the origin behind his profile picture was. I know he told me what it was about. I think it's because, like, you know how Solid Nate in his streams, he'll always say he's his master advisor because he knows, like, a lot of stuff, or he can be like me and look up stuff. I think that's why he has it, because, like, you know, the coach to Little Mac and all that stuff. Otherwise, I don't know the reason for his profile picture. I know mine I gotta update eventually. Mine's still got my super old one from way back when that hasn't been updated. And I've been meaning to update it.
Alright, you're coming to the green. Almost ready. Green's out.
No. Yeah, I think that's what it was, DJ. I know, but I don't feel like putting that as my picture. I'm one of those people that doesn't like to do pictures as much as I used to. Like, way back when I was in middle school and stuff, I was all comfortable with it. Now I'm just awkward about it. I don't know why, but I get photo shy now.
Car there on the inside. All clear.
We'll see. We'll see. I'm praying that I'll eventually change, but I don't know what it is. I went from being comfortable on camera to just being awkward. No idea. Why? No idea.
Keep digging.
Like, I just got awkward as I grew up. Like, as I got older, I just got super awkward on camera, and I'm like, why do I get awkward? Like, when I was in high school, there was a class where you had to be on camera for something, and I was super fine with it. Then by the time I was finishing high school, I just got super awkward about being on camera, and I'm like, why? Like, I questioned myself, like, why did I go from being comfortable to being super awkward? Like, I'm doing a reverse ugly duckling of sorts, if you think about it, is how I feel. Like, that's how my body is. It's like it's pulling a reverse ugly duckling and going from being okay with themselves on camera to just awkward. You know what I mean?
Hammer down. Green's
Like,
out.
my brain has this logic of I'm basically the swan turning into the ugly duckling and not the other way around. Why?
Still there.
No idea. It is what it is. Alright. So,
Alright, you're clear. Towers called a caution.
and show times.
Going green. Almost ready. Hammer down. Green's out. Inside.
Speaking of which, believe it or not, don't be surprised if at some point soon I'm actually streaming from there and not from my channel as often as I usually am when I'm able to stream. Because Shondo was going to be talking to Show and Rooks and trying to see if there would be a possibility of, instead of having that channel be for just uploads, like video uploads, if Rooks is unable to stream and I'm able to, if we just want to switch off every now and again like it used to be when it was just Shondo and Showtime, you know. And I told him, I said, if you guys do that, you would be making my dream of actually streaming for your channel a moment come true. It'd be like that moment with Shawn Michaels when he won the world title from Bret Hart at Mania, I want to say it was Mania 12, when he won the world title in the Iron Man match in sudden death overtime, and then they said that thing of the boyhood dream has come true. I think it was Vince McMahon actually said it, which is ironic. So I have a good handful of games, but the ones that are like multiplayer, there's only like one of them that I have that I actually play, that I gotta figure out what's causing it, where it's got a glitch, because I even uninstalled and reinstalled the game, and somehow a mod that I put on there is still registering for no reason. So
Inside.
well, there's one that I've been trying to play, but I need to get a 360 controller to make it easier, and that was NASCAR, the one that T-Belly was talking to me about on the stream just a little bit ago, that he's going to try and help me get on that price tag that I said it was in. That's one that I got on PC, and it's fun, it's just, it's annoying because it doesn't convert the PS4 control over to it as easily as something like the Sega Genesis slash Mega Drive Classics would do. It doesn't convert as easily. So there's that I would play, and then I'd play... Go ahead.
Clear high, bud.
I could probably get almost any controller. It's just a matter of just being able to have a controller that works with it, because that game is very specific about how it registers controllers easily, which is why I want the PS3 version of it. You know? Like... Yeah.
5 to go, you got this. Careful, still there. Alright, clear outside.
Versus the PS4 where you can just use an adapter. Yeah. Well, I was going to get a wired one because I know wired 360 controllers can be cheap at times and then they can be expensive. It's just a matter of who you get it through and whether it's new or pre-owned and stuff. And DJ's not wrong. I may be a member of the retro community, and I may play retro games from time to time, but I always stick to modern. And I'm still trying to remember DJ. I need DJ to explain this. I need him to explain how I got the nickname of the GOAT in the community. Like, I'm treated as the GOAT, and I still don't remember how or why I got that nickname. I just have it. That's all I remember. And I'm wondering how I got that nickname.
Stay high, stay high. Alright, you're clear.
Did I, DJ? I'm being honest. I don't remember starting it or what led me to get that nickname.
Alright, you're coming to the green.
I don't know. I just know I do. Oof. Is it all in one go, or is it like going like how it is out here in Ohio, where it comes out in like groups?
High lane's clear.
Come on, gotta get outside. There we go. Sorry, I'm talking out loud about my game because I was trying to pass Joey Logano with Jeff Gordon's car. Oh, Comic Zone is one of my favorite Genesis games back in the day. Yeah.
White flag, next time by.
Alright, here's a game I want to know if you or DJ knows of this game. It's from the Sega Genesis era, okay? It's called Ristar, R-I-S-T-A-R. It is literally the Genesis Rayman before Rayman was a thing. That is like my favorite game of all time from Genesis.
Got a car high now. All clear.
Oh, you're talking about the thing like I got, the Sega Mega Drive Genesis collection thing there. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I actually keep forgetting it's on that. Yeah. All right,
Hold your
DJ, if
line.
you want to know a basic
Got one
idea of
inside.
it. Oh, go ahead.
Careful, still there.
Yeah.
All right, you're clear.
Basically, Rise. Think of it like.
Go get the checkered flag. It's yours.
Go ahead. Yeah. Wait. Did you see that? Look at this glitch. Okay. I finished first, but yet the fastest lap went to Kyle Busch because he was leading for most of that. Okay. Whatever, game. But yeah, so DJ, this is the basic idea of what Rise Star is. Think of Rayman as a star. Okay? And you go around and you basically do the same stuff that Rayman can do. You can stretch out, grab things, throw them, swing, all that stuff. It's literally the Genesis Star character version of Rayman before Rayman was existing, which is pretty funny. So that helps clarify that should work. Rygar. uh, so when it comes to retro, I have to have it play in the style I'm accustomed to. You want to know something, Will? That I don't know if you know this, but I know DJ knows this. If you go to speedrun.com, okay, and you go to their search thing, if you search for WWF No Mercy, and then you go into the women's championship emulator category, I actually hold the record still for fastest time in there with like a 24-minute time frame, which is insane. Like if you go women's title, when you go to it, you go women's emulator, and it'd be the any percent not champion. I hold the record for I've held the record for over a month with 24 minutes 49 seconds in that category, which is pretty impressive. Huh? Yeah. But yeah, I'm just surprised I have that. Good. No, just continue what you're saying. I was thinking out loud. That's why I say go ahead and continue. All right, let's put it this way. I can explain it. So this is how it went down. I believe the first person in the community I met was either Solid Neat or T-Belly. And by extension, I met people like Megadan. And through him, I met the baddest dudes. And I met KJ. And I met DJ. And then I met Molly. And by meeting the baddest dudes, I got to meet Shondo and get to know him. Through him, I met Sho. Through Sho, I met Rooks, Darkside, which is DPG, and I can't think of their name right now. FG, and through FG, I met people like Emily, and then I met Camp, and you see how it goes. Like every one of them, in some way, I've met somebody through somebody else. So like I wouldn't know half the people in the community if not for anybody else. But I know I either met T-Belly, Love first, and then met all the rest through them by extension. And then I met Chris Levi and everything else. Yeah. And what is that? Yeah. Yeah. Uh, Yeah. Yeah, I'll tell you this, the consoles can be expensive depending on which version of the Sega CD you go off of. If you go for the Model 1, just by itself, like the loose console, can be like $220. If you're going a loose Model 2, it's like 120. So it's an expensive system to get, but then like a lot of the games can vary in price. The most expensive game for that system being Snatcher. Go ahead. Yeah. I don't know. I wish I could tell you, 'cause I wouldn't even know. I see what you mean though about how they can be expensive. You'd be better off just trying to emulate it than anything. Go ahead. Yeah. 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 You want to know a true story that's really funny? So, you know Rockstar, right? You know that company. You know who they are. You should know who they are if you're talking about the game side. Well, they made a DLC for GTA 5 on the new consoles, like the newer era consoles, called the Smuggler's Run DLC. Funny enough, my nephew, was born in 2005, he's going to be 16 this March. Um, him and I, growing up, we would always be super close. We would always be playing games, whether it was PS3 or 360 or PS2 or the Wii. And I kid you not, the first like retro type game he ever played with me was Smuggler's Run on the PS2. And so when we ended up having to get rid of the PS2 because of, things being tight and trying to be able to get other stuff and the money being tight and not being able to get it, I ended up selling it off. And he understood and he got kind of sad because we got rid of one of our favorite childhood games. I got lucky and got it for free from a place that was nearby where I lived when I lived in Connecticut before moving. And when I showed him, he's like, "You're serious?" I was like, "Yeah." He couldn't believe it. He was super excited. He said he would not have played any type of video game if I hadn't introduced him to something that was a classic from our childhood when he was growing up. Like he and I are I'm the reason he's a semi gamer, but he's the reason I still have a love for sports, if that makes sense. Like he keeps me updated on the sports side of things, while I keep him updated on the game side of things, and we kind of help each other out. you know. I mean, he's 15 now, but he still plays games on occasion, and he'll play with his little brother and keep his little brother entertained and everything else. So we always try and click on those types of things, music, gaming, and stuff. But my first memory of retro gaming was in 2002. Go ahead. You gotta say it again because it was quiet. No, you're good. I'm actually supposed to be an uncle to him. I'm his uncle, period. Regardless of what anything would say. I've actually treated him more like a little brother than I have a nephew, believe it or not. Like, he and I will have our differences, but we'll always get along in the end. You know what I mean? Like, he's told me that no matter what, he's even said this to his cousin, which is my niece, because they had a little fight when they were down here. He said to her when she was all upset, he said, "Listen to me, no matter what, we're family. We may have our differences, we may bicker and fight and argue and everything else, but if we ever need each other, contact one another. Even if we're doing our own thing, find a way to contact each other, reach out, because you only have one life, you only get one chance to communicate, and if you don't communicate, nothing's gonna work out in the end." You know what I mean? Like, you always gotta try and communicate. That's why I'm building, like, I tell everybody I'm the quote, keep that in mind because I don't know if it's an actual thing yet, but I'm labeled as the quote founder of the GWO, which is the Gaming World Order, which for us as a community is anybody who plays video games, period, whether it's PC, console, modern era console, retro console, whatever. If you play games and you're part of like the retro community and stuff that we're in, you're part of the Gaming World Order, end of discussion. And DJ knows that. So, go ahead. I said anybody who plays games, regardless of what you play, you're instantly in. Whether you emulate it, physically play it, does not matter. You can even ask DJ. I may be the founder, but that doesn't mean anybody in the community isn't accepted as a member of it. Everybody that associates with me that's part of the gaming community that plays a game, regardless if they stream it or not, doesn't matter what era you play, doesn't matter what platform you play, doesn't matter if you do it live or in your own downtime, make a video of it and post it, doesn't matter what. The moment you play a game and you communicate within the community, you're instantly in that circle. So people like KJ, Chris Levi, Megadan, DJ, Nate, T-Belly, Shondo, Showtime, Rooks, FG, whoever. If you're part of our community and you game, regardless of what you play, you're instantly in that GWO circle. You know what I mean? So you're instantly in that regardless. Go ahead. What's the game? Did you say Sims? I don't mean to seem rude, but I didn't know if I heard you right. That's why I said, could you repeat it? I've actually, funny enough, this is a true story. Before my desktop side of my PC stuff, right? Before its disk drive started acting up to where it wouldn't properly read discs or anything, I actually used to have The Sims 2, a deluxe edition version of it that I got for free from the same place I got the Smuggler's Run game. And I kid you not, I went through it and actually found a uncensored nude mod for it. I ended up having to get rid of the game because I couldn't play the CD version of the game, which was unfortunate because the disc would work, but the PC, like I can't play it period because I gave it away. But like I said, the drive, just the disc drive on the PC would not read it. Even though it was registering, there was a disc in there, it would not read the disc, and it was nothing to do with the disc. It was the drive itself, and I said screw that. So I gave it to one of my nieces. Or one of my sister's like boyfriend's kids or whatever that wanted it because they played The Sims. So I said, if you want it, you can have it, you know. But the only PC game I have that I own physically still is Splinter Cell Double Agent. So, believe it or not, a lot of games that are from like back in the day that would run off of XP can actually run on the newer system. It just has to be able to register it, if that makes sense. Like there's games I've got on PC that I've played that are supposed to be played. Like I can play. I don't know if you know this. There was Yu-Gi-Oh games from like 2003 that were originally made for Windows XP, but if you do it right, you can actually play it on Windows 10 and it runs just as good as any Windows 10 game. Believe it or not. So I actually own that game on mobile. I know that game is iconic. I just like that game because it... Go ahead. I was just saying, I like that... Yeah. The reason I enjoyed it when I was playing it is because it's literally like the only Star Wars game that plays like a D&D type game, but you get control of everything. Like your choices not only affect your leveling up system, like whether or not you're going to level up quicker or slower based on your overalls and stuff or your interactions, but it also lets you decide you could either be good or bad or be kind of in the middle and have the ability to access everything, you know? You may eventually lose a power, but that's based on how you go about things, you know what I mean? Which I thought was really cool, like your interactions with other characters and how your characters levels go determines what things you can and can't do, which is really cool. It's not like the Lego Star Wars games or the Star Wars games of old where, or that would come later and stuff, where like either you're good or you're evil, and based on what you make your character be will determine what things they can and can't do. You know, like in Lego, like there's certain interactions for the Lego Star Wars games that you can and can't interact with based on whether or not your character is labeled as a Sith character, a droid character, a Jedi, what have you. You know what I mean? Like whatever character thing, like it was literally based on their lightsaber. Whatever you gave them determined what they could do. Whereas, for example, in the newest Star Wars game that they came out with, the Jedi Fallen Order, with the character Cal, like when you replay it, you can actually have his Sith lightsaber crystal in there, and you can have him be a hero character but still be using a Sith lightsaber. You know what I mean? Which I thought was cool. So, yeah. Arcade game? The thing is, I don't know a lot of games that are whether or not they were originally arcades specifically or not. Like if they were originally arcade games or console versions first. But I know games that I've played, and I have certain ones I like, certain ones I don't like.
All right, let's go.
I know for a fact I do like Mortal Kombat. Like, if I want to right now, I could literally get up out of this chair, walk over, and turn on my Mortal Kombat arcade 1-up cabinet and start playing it. Because I like playing that. But I've also played things like The Simpsons arcade. I've played the TMNT style arcade games. I've played Terminator, Batman. Like, there's actually a place in where's the name of the location? It's in New Hampshire. I can't think of the actual like road it's located on. Oh, Wares Beach in New Hampshire. If you go to Wares Beach, there's this place on a strip where you'll see like the beach, you'll see a McDonald's, and then you'll see the location with a go-kart track up the road called Fun Spot. And they have all different types of arcades on that upper level. You'll see things like X-Men, you'll see Simpsons, you'll see Batman, all these different things that you can play and stuff, and it's really cool. And that was my first taste of arcade, was through that. Yes, granted, in that arcade, you're gonna have to put in like the token things that they have designed, you know, for it, versus like putting in actual quarters. But outside of that, it's cool because you can play the arcade as it was intended, you know? Like, I think you actually do put quarters in, but it's like ones that you get from them, you know what I mean? Like, they'll have like certain machines that'll have tokens that turn into tickets, but besides that, like, I could play the arcades over there, and it was really cool because they had all sorts of arcades. They have a little spot you can eat pizza. They have a mini golf thing you can pay to play that's right next to the pizza place inside the thing. And it's like the biggest arcade place on the East Coast, if I'm not mistaken. If you look it up, it's a really cool place. And I remember my family would almost always go over there as often as we could, long before the pandemic, so. You're talking about the one that knows Chris Levi? I met him. If you're talking about Homie 100, I think his PSN name's like Homie. Yeah, I met him through Chris Levi. And Chris Levi and I had like a slight falling out because of something that was like a misunderstanding between Megadan and I that we eventually resolved, and so everybody else was found out. Like even DJ will admit, I think he's the one that actually helped Megadan clarify to everybody that hey, the issues, you know, in the past it was an honest mistake, miscommunication with time zone issues and stuff at the time was a factor. So that whole thing resolved itself. And DJ was letting everybody know. At that time, Chris Levi and I had a falling out because of that miscommunication. And I stayed in touch with Larry, and that was it. Because like Logan still seems to have issues with me. I don't remember what our issue was, but we don't talk. Larry and Chris kind of fell out, but they still kind of stay in touch a little bit, you know. But they do their own things and stuff. But I met Larry through Chris, and I met Chris Levi through, I say it was through Megadan, who I met through T-Belly. And then I met Nate by extension through T-Belly and stuff. Like, one of them I met first, and then I met everybody else by extension through them. But I discovered one of them somehow. I don't remember. I know, like, you know the channel I talked about that was in that chat thing that I had DJ post the command for? I found him over on Twitch through the recommended stuff that Twitch recommends. And through him, through that channel over on Twitch, I found people like it's Macho T, which is somebody that's on YouTube. I met somebody like Mastodon. I met Zicky Dice, which is a wrestler who worked for the Modern Era NWA, was their world champion and then left. I met Effie Lives. I met like a ton of cool people on both sides through somebody. Whether it was through YouTube or Twitch's recommendation and then finding somebody, I've always met a bunch of people through each respective one, if that makes sense. Like, I always met somebody through somebody else, and then by extension somebody else, and it kind of just follows down through the chains. And you know what I'm going to do before I forget? There we go. I accepted your request before I forget. I went over to the Discord site and said, let me click this before I forget. Because I'm going to end up doing that, and I'm going to shut everything down and just be like, what was I supposed to do again? So I was like, let me do that now before I forget. I forget them some of the time, but I usually get like super distracted if it happens. Like my ADHD will distract me and then I'll forget. You know? You know what I mean? Like I do and I don't. It's a matter of like just my brain just not syncing with everything else, because the ADHD will make this happen, which leads to this, and you know. But I'm almost always good. I mean, like, there's stuff that the way I remember is I'm like, okay, what do I have to do at this time? And then I'll say, okay, I did this, which means this is happening. You know what I mean? Like, I have to remember something that happened first prior to it in order to remember, okay, I gotta do this now. So, for example, like, say I had to check the mail, and then after that I had to clean my room, and then after that I had to take out the trash. If I can say, okay, I did this, which means this is coming up, I have to just remember what I've done in that meantime, so I know how much time I have to do between each thing. It's like trying to remember how long a download's going to be. You have to remember you have this downloading, this downloading, this downloading. So say you got like 3 games downloading, right? That each have their own add-ons on top of that. And each one is expected to take about 2 hours to download. In those times of those doing that, I got to say, okay, what can I do in the time it takes to do this one, because the one I actually want to play might be this one that I want to play now, and the others I want to play later. You know what I mean? So it's like, you have to give yourself a set of things you need to do, and the easiest way for me to remember to do stuff is music. No idea why, no idea how. Oh, and there he is! Mr. Shondo is in the building! What up, playa? Alright, Shondo! I don't mean to interrupt. No, he's in the chat. You don't believe me? If you see the baddest dudes, that's Shondo. Because I sent him a message on Discord to come check it out. Shondo, I'm gonna let you pick my driver. Shondo, should I drive as? Here are your choices. I can go to the Xfinity series, and I can be, I could be Dale Jr. for you. Or I can go over to the regular series and be one of these two. Take your pick. I'm going to be right back. I just need to blow my nose, and I also got to check the mail. So I will be back. By then, Shondo might have a decision made. If not, I might even just try and find my MLB, get that reinstalled, and then just play that. So I will be back. So I'll be back, Will, okay? Alright, so I'm back. There is no mail yet, so I'm guessing they're gonna run late because of this pandemic. Alright, and Shondo says my boy Jeff Gordon. Fun fact, Gordon is the reason I was a NASCAR fan. What? Yes, I actually ordered a Yu-Gi-Oh card. If you know Yu-Gi-Oh, you know how with like religion and everything they censor stuff. There was a card that got a what's called a lost art where they took the original Japanese art and put it on a US card. But the US version of that card cost like 40 bucks, 30 to 40 bucks. I paid 10 to get a Japanese version of the card to come in the mail where it's got the Egyptian cross, which is known as the Ankh, I believe is how they pronounce it. Spelled Ankh. I believe they pronounce it Ankh, which is a weird pronunciation, but it is what it is. I ordered that from Amazon through a place in Japan called Card Japan. I'm talking to Will Shondo, but I bought the card for around 10 bucks, and I'm waiting for it to come in the mail. So watching because it's supposed to come in sometime soon. Yeah. And I'm going back to the Brickyard just because it's Gordon, and Gordon dominates the Brickyard. Just be glad Shondo, I didn't make you have to pick between Kyle Busch or Gordon, because I'd be using Busch if you didn't pick Busch. Go ahead. I'll have to wait and see. I would have made you pick between Kyle Busch or Jeff Gordon if I was really going to be a smartass, because, and I apologize for the language, Will, but keep in mind I do swear a lot. Just a warning. Why I do? No idea. I just try to apologize, especially if somebody gets awkward or uncomfortable hearing consistent swearing. So just be warned. You have been warned. I do swear a lot more than got G. I'll tell you this, if you know Stampede Gaming, which is Joe and Alex, who we've met through, believe it or not, I swear more than Shondo does, and that says a lot, because Shondo drinks and I don't, so you know something's bad. You know it's bad when somebody who drinks swears less than somebody who doesn't drink. Like even FG, who swears almost all the time, swears less than I do, which is sad but funny. But yeah, I'm waiting for that card, and then I'm waiting on those games from T-Belly to come in, and then I'm set. So. Now, Will, you said you were born in the 80s, correct? I just want to make sure I don't have my facts wrong. You were born in the 90s. Do you remember Child's Play? Do you remember Child's Play? Not the second, but the original. What's funny is the second one is the first one I ever seen, and I love the second one. You know how much I remember the second one compared to any other Child's Play in the franchise? I know it so well that I know the entire closing segment, like the last big scene before the movie ends, that leads into the credits. Down to the lightning strike that happens during the chant. You can tell when I like a movie enough, I know my stuff. Yeah. Rob Zombie's got some really good stuff, I'll tell you. Didn't Rob Zombie do music too?
Next our run. Back or down.
You saw Child's Play as a kindergartner? I swear he didn't Rob Zombie do one of Edge's versions of his theme in WWE? I swear he did. I swear there's like a Rob Zombie Edge song that you can actually hear in, I think it's either Here Comes the Pain, SmackDown vs. Raw 05, which is the first one, or, but it was just labeled as SmackDown vs. Raw, or it was in Day of Reckoning 2 on the GameCube. There was like one of them where they have that. I know that, Shondo, just because I've watched enough videos and seen enough games that do it, that I just like, who the hell is that when I hear it? Because I'm so used to, you think you know me, or on this day, you know, something like that. Like, I'm so used to specific songs for certain wrestlers that when I hear like certain other ones, I'm like, who the hell is that? Until I see the wrestler, I'm like, oh, that's so and so. You know, it cracks me up.
Careful, still
And I'll tell you this: if you said name every,
All right, you're clear. All right,
yeah,
you're clear.
I'll tell you this: when it comes to wrestling, I know my wrestlers, and when it comes to NASCAR, I know my NASCAR. If you said who drives the number 4 car right now in NASCAR, I could tell you the name of the driver. If you said who drives the 18 car that's right behind me on my ass end, I could tell you who it is. If you said name the driver in the 22 car that's in that yellow car up ahead, I could tell you who it is. I know NASCAR. I've been following NASCAR like it's a religion
All right, you're
heavily since like 2010, 2012, somewhere in there. So I've been following since like the days of like Danica Patrick, Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson when he had Lowe's, you know, pre drivers that everybody fawns over these days, like when they were still strict about who could drive, you know, because of security, you know, safety reasons. Like, this is a true thing. NASCAR, you know why they didn't have very many female drivers for the longest time? It wasn't like with like football where like, you know, like where they're concerned for like, oh, we don't want them because they're females, you know, they need their own league or anything. It was more so of like how NFL was for a while too, where it was like health risks, like concerns of their safety. Like they don't think they can't handle it. It's more so they just don't want to put them in there and then expect them to think that they're not, you know what I mean? Like, it's like the NFL where they're allowing females finally because they know it's more so equality that matters to them, not gender, you know what I mean? So in NASCAR, the reason for so long, why it took them so long to allow female drivers, has nothing to do with females being bad drivers or anything like that. It was because they didn't want to, you know, because they had it where like female drivers, they didn't know like if they would understand what they're getting into with how many, you know, deaths can happen and stuff like that back in the day. Like they I think the reason NASCAR did it, they said they did it not because it was anything against the gender, it was more so security risks. Like they didn't want to let somebody in that is still relatively new to driving cars and hasn't been in like the truck series and everything drive and then risk getting injured and then be like, okay, I'm done with this, you know what I mean? Like they wanted them to actually enjoy themselves and have fun and be able to enjoy the sport, you know what I mean? That's why they had more female fans than they did probably male fans for a while, because, you know, females wish they could do what the men were doing because it's such an entertaining sport if you enjoy it enough, you know what I mean? Like that's how a lot of sports are. Like that's why they have leagues for each gender. It's nothing against gender, it's more so that they can make sure that it would actually work where there's not going to be any sexism or anything happening, you know? Like they don't want a female to drive and then they're getting harassed and hit in the back end because a male driver doesn't like them, you know, because they're sexually harassing them or something, you know what I mean? Which, if that's the case, that's respect, you know? Like I respect any organization that's more saying they have a separate league for females or just don't want females in the league yet because they don't, you know, because other leagues don't do it and they don't want, you know, bullshit occurring, you know what I mean? What do you mean? Like, explain. I'm not sure if I'm understanding you correctly.
Coming to the green, driver. Be ready.
Like, believe it or not, here's the thing, actually. Danica Patrick was the first female driver I ever saw race, and I actually liked because she was just talented. Like, yeah, she may have had a lot of unfortunate stuff, but, you know. What about Need for Speed, Shondo? Explain. Explain yourself!
Alright, you're clear.
But, like, here's a perfect example of something where sport allows equality. Like, in the MLB, yes, there's usually male players, but in the MLB, they'll actually sign females to key roles that even a man could do, that are just as good at doing. Like, oh, I got the Need for Speed. Like, for example, the reason I like MLB The Show as a game isn't because it's something that's easily accessible and I'm a baseball fan, but also because, like, they have
Inside.
male and female reporters. Like, there was a time where it caught me off guard because I was so used to, you know, playing basketball games where it usually had just male analysts and stuff that it threw me off. So when I heard a female one, I'm like, am I going mental, or are they actually showing, you know, actually having a female's voice heard that actually knows what she's talking about? And so I go and replay it and listen again, and I'm like,
Alright,
nope, that's a female. Like, they even confirmed it in, like, with, like, the list of people they show, and I was
green
like,
flag, green flag.
games
Inside.
need to do this more. Like, the sports are doing it, but the games aren't. You know what I mean? It cracks me up when a game can have more equality than real life sometimes, you know?
Alright, you're clear.
Like, it's like, either do both or don't do it at all. Yep.
Still there. Outside, outside.
I'm actually trying to get into a lot of sports, but, like, there's some of them where it's nothing against the sport, it's just I don't know enough about it to really have an opinion on it or whether or not I'm going to like it. Like, for example, I like basketball, football, baseball, and NASCAR.
Still there.
You know, and I have teams that I like, players I like, and everything else. I have nothing against hockey, I have nothing against golf, I have nothing against tennis. I just don't know enough about those because there's never really games made consistently for those things to where I can learn, okay, there's this person that's big, and this person, and, you know. I'm actually trying to get into hockey. That's the reason I bought NHL 20 when it was on sale a while back. I was like, I'm grabbing this for two reasons. One, I heard the games are fun. Two, it's a sport I want to get into. You know? And three, Snoop Dogg. Because yes, Snoop Dogg does appear in the game as a person that appears at certain points in certain
Alright, clear
games.
outside.
You know? But, like, I have nothing against half the sports that I don't follow. I just don't know enough of them to where I can keep up with it consistently because it's never televised that I don't know what's going on. You know? Like, basketball, it's almost always televised or it's on the radio, and now that I have a little Google Nest Mini thing that can play the stations that they appear on, I can keep up with my sports. I keep up with Giants football for football. Alright, Shondo. I follow the St. Louis Cardinals for baseball. I follow pretty much every driver in NASCAR. I just follow NASCAR for the sake of NASCAR. And then I follow, sport did I just miss? I follow basketball for the Thunder, because that's my team that I liked for a long time. I follow baseball for the Cardinals, football for the Giants, and then NASCAR, like I said, I mostly follow Kyle Busch now. But I like a lot of different drivers. I mean, I loved Jeff Gordon. I liked Danica Patrick. I follow Kyle Busch as my main, but then I follow people like Chase Elliott, William Byron, Dale Jr. I followed a little bit. Jimmy Johnson I follow a little bit. You know, it's a matter of if I can enjoy it and actually try and understand what's going on and know the stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I have to be able to have a good knowledge of the sport to actually really have an opinion of it and whether or not I'm going to enjoy it. If that makes sense. Like, I know that driver that just passed me because I've followed the sport enough that I've gotten an understanding for it. Like, the Giants I followed because I knew a few different players and I just enjoyed it. So, go ahead. Take your time. Yeah. Well, a perfect example of something that you now know about that you've heard me talk about with DJ was wrestling. Wrestling has been a part of my life since 2002. I grew up with the WWE and Impact Wrestling. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, I don't follow it as much as I used to. I mean, I still follow it, but not as much. I'm actually trying to get into the UFC and stuff, but because you have to, like, buy the pay-per-views and then you have to also try and figure out what channel it's on to keep up with it, I haven't really been able to follow it. But I do follow the UFC, I do follow a little bit of Bellator MMA, and then I do follow things like these are the sports I mostly follow, and then the ones that I try to follow and I still keep up with on occasion. UFC is one I keep up with on occasion. I keep up with wrestling on occasion, and I strictly follow NASCAR, NFL, which is football. I follow baseball, and I follow basketball. And I know for a fact this coming. Hold on, I have to double check. I think it's coming up tomorrow, actually, I think. If not, it's going to be on Tuesday. Is the start of the new NASCAR season, and I'm going to be following that more than anything. You know, let me double check here. Wait, dang it. Let's go back. Because I just saw it right here. When does the NASCAR 2021 season start? The season starts this Tuesday at 7, so I'm going to be following that. Which is why I play a lot of the video games. But I followed, when it came to wrestling, I started watching it in 2002. Strictly starting with SmackDown. I started following John Cena, Rey Mysterio, Eddie Guerrero, and Chris Benoit were the first four I ever saw wrestle, outside of Kurt Angle. And then I started learning about people like Matt Hardy, and Kane, and RVD. And then I started branching out into different things. Like, when Jeff Hardy left WWE in, like, 2009 for the first time, I actually started watching Impact Wrestling around that time, like in 2010, 2011. And then I stayed up with it until, like, 2020, basically around the time when the first official week of the Wednesday warfare began between NXT and AEW. Everything prior to that and after that is a blur for me. You know, like, from that point onward, I don't follow it as much. But prior to that, I remember a lot leading up to that. So I grew up with wrestling. Baseball I got into around that same time, but I started with the Red Sox, and then I started following into the Cardinals prior to the 2013 trade of Pujols, which is Albert Pujols, from the Cardinals to the Angels. And then I've been a Cardinals fan since, because I became a fan because of him. The Thunder with basketball I became a fan of because of Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook and Kobe Bryant and LeBron James. And then NASCAR, like I said, was Gordon and Dale Jr. and Kyle Busch that kind of got me into it. MMA I kind of have a iffy with because I don't really pay attention to it enough to really have an opinion. The last wrestling brand, when it comes to wrestling side of things, that I cared about was Lucha Underground before they went under. Because, like, the network and the actual company couldn't come to terms, so I've kind of, like, fallen out of wrestling at that point.
You're coming to the green.
But then,
Be ready here.
football, I've been a Giants fan since
Got one down,
around the
left
time the
now.
Red Sox won the 2007 World Series, so, like, 07, 08. And I learned about people like Amari Toomer,
Careful, still there.
Michael Strahan, Eli Manning,
Got one down,
you know,
left
those
now.
kind of people. I remember when they had Tom Coughlin as their head coach or general manager or whatever at the time
You got room.
for the Giants, you know. So I've been following the Giants pretty much before their first like modern era major Super Bowl when they beat Brady and the Patriots with that infamous helmet catch. So, outside of those sports, I don't really, and like I said, the basketball I started as like a sorta Celtics fan, but it was mostly because of like people like Rajon Rondo, Paul Pierce. But I became a diehard Thunder fan around the time I started playing the video games, which was with Live 05, but I didn't start playing that until like 2007, 2008, somewhere in there. So, but outside of that, I don't really know too many other sports. Like I know a little bit of MMA, I know a little bit about UFC side with Bellator and them. I know bits and pieces of wrestling. I know a little bit about NASCAR, a little bit about hockey, you know. I know a little bit of everything, but I don't know a lot of them well enough to really have a pure-on interest of, oh, I'm going to want to keep up with this sport. You know, because I don't know it enough. Like, if I don't follow a sport, it's not because I don't like the sport, it's because I don't know enough about the sport to have an opinion of it. You know what I mean?
Wave them guys off. Caution's out.
Like, I used to like golf, and then I kind of, like, fell out of it. I don't remember why I liked it or why I didn't. I think it was just because Tiger Woods and I had played the old school games that he was on, the cover person for, and that was about it. But, like, outside of, like, golf where I fell out of it, I don't really have any sports where I don't like it or I fell out of liking it that I can recall outside of maybe wrestling. Most sports I either just don't know enough about to have an opinion of whether or not I like or dislike it, or I just don't know it at all, period. You know what I mean? Like, I have no opinion one way or another, or I just don't know enough to have an opinion, period, you know? Like I said, like, basketball, I know for a fact I like the Thunder, but I do like other teams because they have players I've liked over the years. Like, that's why I have respect for the Lakers. Kobe Bryant. You know, Kobe Bryant, Shaquille O'Neal, LeBron James, Danny Green, you know, those kinds of players, like ones over the years that they've had. But I've always been a Thunder fan because I just always recognized the team. I always, like, connected with it, you know? I'm almost positive the reason I became a wrestling fan was because of John Cena, who now is one small piece of why I don't like wrestling as much as I used to, which is ironic to say the least, because he's the reason I became a wrestling fan. Now he's part of the reason why I'm not a wrestling fan. You know, like I am, but I'm not one that tunes in every week and keeps up with everything like I used to. Feel me?
We're going green. You ready? Ready.
What other type of what? I'm sorry, can you repeat it? It varies. It's just it's gotta have a taste that I like. Like I've actually started to stay away from energy drinks. I used to always like Monster energy drinks. Now I'm just like, yeah, keep that away from me, thank you. And then I started drinking, like, I mostly drink, like, if I'm drinking a soda, I'm drinking Diet. So it's gonna be like Diet Pepsi, Diet Coke, sometimes Diet Mountain Dew. But the main drink I drink if I'm drinking soda and it's not Diet Pepsi is Sprite. Which is ironic because that is Jim Cornette, aka James E. Cornette's favorite type of soda to drink. So, I thought that was pretty funny. Good? Oh, tea is like one of my favorite drinks outside of coffee to drink when it's not like juice or soda. I especially like drinking the, I think it's Arizona brand or whatever, and Peace teas. Those are like my favorite types of teas to have when it's like something that's cold and flavored. But if it's like a pure traditional tea, it's just going to be Lipton brand. It's like the most generic brand you can have. You know?
All clear. All right, clear.
I drink no alcohol, believe it or not. I have nothing against alcohol. It's just not something that fits me. It's not something I would do. You know? This is a true story. 6 years ago or so, roughly, about 6 years ago, I was on a cruise with my parents that went to Florida and the Bahamas to a private island owned by the cruise liner. And I had like a very, very light alcoholic drink called a Mango Meltdown. Had that and then never drank alcohol again. I mean, I can if I wanted to. I'm of legal age, but I never did after that. I don't know why. Don't know how come. I'm not somebody that drinks or smokes. Just not in my nature.
Alright, 10 to go.
I would think I'm tall, but then again, I wouldn't know. Like, if you compared me to somebody like John Riggs, I'm short when compared to him. But when you compare it to somebody like my dad, I'm tall. I'm like around 5'9" to 5'11", somewhere in there, last I knew.
Nice food for it.
So,
Careful, still there. All clear.
like, favorite desserts that I've had, to be honest, no idea, because I like so many different things. Like, it varies. I mean, I like cheesecake, obviously. I like ice cream, obviously. I'm iffy on cake, because it's gotta have, like, that, you know, like with cookies, like, where if it's like a sugar cookie, it has to actually taste good, it can't be dry. Like, cake, it's iffy, like that. Ice cream, it just has to sit well with me, you know, I have to enjoy the taste of it. Outside of that, ice cream's ice cream, you know, but I'm not really sure. I eat almost anything when it comes to snacky foods. I actually probably eat more snacky foods than actual food. You know.
Let's go.
Like, what's the healthiest thing I eat? Probably like sweet potato, believe it or not, because sweet potatoes are healthier than regular potatoes. That's like the healthiest like sweet type thing I've had. As far as like traditional foods that I eat that's healthy, probably well, yeah, but I'm saying for me it's the healthiest thing I can eat is a sweet potato. But the healthiest non-sweet potato type food that I eat would be
Got a car low now.
probably
We're going.
almost anything. Most meats I hate.
Green flag.
It's just something like with certain vegetables and meats. There's a bunch of them that if I eat them, it's just the taste just tastes gross to me, and I'm just like, no, I will not eat it. You know,
Careful, still
I
there.
I have to be able to not feel like I'm gonna throw up from the smell, and I have to be able to enjoy the taste
Clear
and
down low.
even tolerate it. Like bologna, I can eat, but it has to be fried to be good. You know, or I'll eat pepperoni, or I'll eat what? Sorry, the game gets loud and I can't hear you over it, so go ahead. Yes, that's the only time I'll eat it's fried. If it ain't fried, I ain't touching it. Why? No idea. I'm just one of those people that, like, with certain foods, you have to prep it a certain way, or I just say screw it. Like chicken, it has to be the equivalent of like a chicken nugget,
Alright, you're coming
or a chicken fry, or popcorn chicken, for me to tolerate it. It has to have like the breadcrumbs over it for whatever reason. No idea why. Like I can eat chicken flavored stuff just fine, but if it's got any like sign of like grilled chicken or regular chicken that's not fried or whatever for whatever reason, I just don't like it. Like I don't even eat drumsticks, but yeah, I'll eat chicken nuggets, chicken tenders, that kind of thing.
You're clear.
No idea why, no idea how, can't even explain it if I wanted. You know. Like I said, I don't really know because I like almost anything for dessert. Honestly,
Let's go.
I eat a little bit of everything, so I have no idea when it comes to dessert what I prefer the most. So
Still there.
that's not like a cop-out answer. Like that's the honest truth. I don't really have a preferred favorite. If I can enjoy it, I'll like it, but that's about it.
Still there. Clear down low.
And there's another yellow. Great.
Caution.
I actually like a little bit of everything. I've listened to some Latino music, some reggae, some rap, some hip hop, some pop punk, some heavy metal, some rock, some heavy rock, some soft rock, some country,
Still there.
you know, modern and old school. It just has to sit with my mood. It has to be something I can bop my head to and enjoy. Like Eminem, I'll listen to. I'll listen to people like Royce da 5'9". I'll listen to Wu-Tang Clan. I'll listen to Drake, Dr. Dre, 50 Cent, Elvis, Creedence Clearwater Revival, which is CCR. I'll listen to Queen. I'll listen to Nickelback. I'll listen to Avril Lavigne. I'll listen to
All clear.
literally anything. It just has to be something that I can bop to or enjoy. You know what I mean? Like I have to like it to have an opinion of it. You know, like if I can enjoy it and listening to it, then I like it. Otherwise, forget it. You know?
You're clear.
So I listen to a little bit of everything. I'm not too picky when it comes to music. I like almost anything. It just has to be the artist has to sit with me. You know, it has to connect with me on like a personal level. It's like that thing with like with the Avatar movie, not the Last Airbender one, but the one with the aliens there, where they have to be able to communicate and connect with the creature in order for the creature to trust them. If it makes sense. Think of the creature as the music, and I'm the thing that's trying to communicate with it and have a connection with it. That's how it goes.
Clear. Inside.
Like, that's why my music playlist on my phone is varied.
All clear. Hold your line.
Because I either am in contact with, like, the actual people that
Ready.
made the music, like the band members,
Got one inside.
or I just find songs that are parody cover songs of something that I know isn't listed in the copyrighted songs and play those. So, like, for example, the ones that I've been playing recently on the stream, I know those aren't getting copyrighted because one of them, which is Ziggy Dice's band, Heart to Heart, I have Ziggy Dice's 100% permission to utilize his music, okay? For example. Now, for example, the one with Stage Mobs, one of the members was named Gage. I contacted him while he was on a stream with Ziggy Dice. I said, hey, you're trying to get your band out there. I would like to have custom music for my channel. Can I use it? And he said, yeah, that'd be great. It benefits us both. You get music to use, I get my band out there kind of deal. You know what I mean? And then a lot of them are just like YouTube videos that have been made ages ago that are like parodies of songs where they take like the original song but it's a parody, so nobody's gonna come and claim a little parody song that somebody made ages ago. You know, they're not gonna care. You know, and it's out there. So, but I usually try to always make sure either I know who the creator is and I have their consent to use it, or I just try and make sure it's just something I know isn't going to be copyrightable because it's a spoof. You know what I mean? And it's not like something that's super credible. Like if it was like Weird Al Yankovic, I would try to be careful because I know that can get copyrighted because he has the rights over it. But he's usually pretty laid back about it sometimes too, so it's kind of a toss-up. It's going to be if YouTube's system does it, not him. You know? I really don't have a favorite time of the year. I used to have a least favorite, which was Halloween. And then I started getting a love for Halloween because of Child's Play. So now I've kind of enjoy Halloween, and I used to hate it. But I don't really have a favorite or least favorite time of year, to be honest. I just have to be able to enjoy something during that time. Like, the only thing I'm going to be despising that's coming up is Valentine's Day a little bit. That's like the only day throughout the year that I'm going to have like a hatred for a while until I can
Stay on the bar.
find the right kind of girl to be with. You know what I mean?
All clear. All clear.
Halloween was just something where growing up, it was just something that always like scared the shit out of me because I used to like hate Child's Play, and it was nothing against like the movies or anything. It's just for some reason, anytime I would walk past like an aisle where the electronics were, where the movies were, I would always see Chucky's face up close, where it's like, you know, where it's in that close view of like it's gonna creep you out kind of thing if you're not accustomed to it. That's where I'd get creeped out. But outside of that, it was like that, and just like maybe like one song that my aunt would have playing through like one of her stupid decorations that would scare the crap out of me.
Almost ready.
And so that was why. But outside of that, I never really had a pure hatred for it. I just always kind of disliked it because it always kind of like scared me when it shouldn't have, you know.
Stay low, stay low.
It's just like you said, bad memories that I just prefer to let be in the past. You know what I mean?
Still there. All right.
So it's not like I have a pure diehard like. Go ahead. I'm not like Scrooge, like Ebenezer Scrooge during like Christmas time, where he just hates it because he is how he is. I'm one of those people that just have a dislike for certain holidays because of certain things that impact it in real life, you know? Like Valentine's Day I have a dislike for because I'm still single. Whereas something like Halloween was because of past memories. Whereas like Thanksgiving I kind of like because it's a family moment, you know? Those kinds of things. Like you have to have something that resonates with it to have a like or dislike for a certain day. You know what I mean? Like, I have no pure hatred towards any holiday. It was just more so just things that resonated with it, you know? Any other questions you'd like to ask, my friend, while you're here? Because I'm thinking after this race I might take a break for a little bit because my throat is starting to give.
Yellow flag. All right, you're coming.
No, I'm just going to let my throat sit and I'm going to get a drink and then I'm just going to chill for a little bit. I may or may not come back on. If I do, I do. It'll be around when T-Belly's live, but otherwise I probably won't be live myself again, like on my channel. I'm just letting you know now, so like if I randomly leave the chat and I go on, do my own thing, that's why. It's nothing personal.
All right, you're clear.
Because I usually, when I'm done streaming, if I was chatting with somebody in a party, I will literally tell them I'm leaving the party and then I go and relax and play a game I want to play off screen, you know?
Still there. Clear high, bud.
Yeah. I'm glad I finally remembered to, like I said, add you, because I've chatted with you, I think, through, like, chat in Molly's, like, general chat and stuff before, and you've, like, not in her streams, but, like, on her Discord, and you've always been super polite. You always say hi to everybody before we realize it, and so I always try and be polite back, so. I'm just hoping Shondo comes back soon before I decide to end, because I don't want to just end, and then he's like, what happened, you know?
Inside.
No Harvick, no Hamlin. Come on, Kyle, push me up there, buddy. There we go. Kyle Busch pushing me to the front.
You're all clear on the bottom. All clear.
Alright. And we're gonna go down inside. Get off the wall, Gordon. Well, not quite Gordon, but his car is stuck in the wall. And now I'm getting spun. No! Damn it! Overtime time. Do not pit. I'm about 30 seconds away from going straight into my multilingual swearing phase. Because I know like a bunch of swears in different languages and I know what they translate to, and I'm very, very, very close to saying it and then just ending the stream at that point. So I apologize if I just randomly end the stream and then end the chat, because I'm getting to that point.
Inside.
And again, I'm sorry, because you gotta remember, the game seems to be always louder than you for whatever reason. I know, like, I can say that I can speak very small bits and pieces of Spanish, like I know minimal Spanish.
Careful, still there.
So I could say it in Spanish. I could say, yo hablo minimal español, which means I speak minimal Spanish. Or I comprehend it, for example. Whereas something like German, I only know maybe a few simple phrases. One that's a swear. That means to tell somebody to go F themselves. Because I know in Germany, if you're not careful and you just say the first half of it, they're gonna think you actually want to have sex, and it's gonna cause chaos. It's gonna make things awkward. While, alright, I'm gonna cause more overtime because this is turning into that bullshit. Fuck you, Logano. Come on, yellow. No, you fucking cocksucker. Ah, Javla Helvete. I don't know what that means, but I know it's Swedish because of freaking PewDiePie. Fick dich selber. Stupid video game. I don't want to... Thank you, I was trying to finish the event. Ay, caramba. I'm literally about ready to just tap out. Funny story, this is a true thing. Here's a question for you. You watch Stampede Gaming, right? With Joe and Alex? Do you remember the episode, like the thing where they had the swear jar thing where every time they swore they had to put money in the jar? I don't know if you were there for that. Say it again? Well, during that episode, that stream, right? Oh, excuse me. Joe was the one that was swearing a lot, and I remember just writing in German, "fu," which was "fick dich," right? That's German for "fuck you." Now, the syllable part is yourself, meaning, because like I said, in Germany, if you don't say "fick dich selber," meaning go fuck yourself, somebody's gonna think you want to have sex, regardless of their race and gender and all that stuff. And what's funny is I remember writing that in there because I knew it was German and it would skip past the YouTube, censor thing into your a mod or whatever, right? Unless their chat is designed where anybody can write any kind of swear and it would be fine, more or less. And I just remember writing that in there, and Joe repeats it, and I'm like, I got you! And I told him, you have to put money in, that's a swear. Like, they didn't know. It was funny. But yeah, I know that. I know how to say asshole in Spanish. Go ahead. Yep. Because I know the language, he doesn't. Hey, it was funny and sneaky, but it worked. It made for a laugh because Joe's like, you won't get me again, DOA. So it was funny because him and Alex were laughing about it because I knew it was only to tease Joe to see if he'd fall for it. And it happened to work out because I was just chatting with everybody else. So it made it funnier. So it wasn't like I was trying to be sneaky, it just happened to be, I was trying to write that and just to see if Joe could know how to pronounce it, and then I happened to tell him, oh, by the way, it's this, Like, he didn't question it, that's what made it funny. But, like, I know how to say, go fuck yourself, I know how to say asshole, I know how to say, motherfucker in Spanish, I know how to say asshole in Spanish. I know a few different phrases in different languages, but most of the stuff I know can be polite and in Spanish. I could hold a informal, between school and growing up and just being around people that speak all the different languages and stuff, I kind of learned a little bit of everything. So, like, I've been to Puerto Rico, and this is a true story. I don't know if you know this, but if you ever visit Puerto Rico, right? Be ready to at least know a tiny little bit of Spanish and trying to be able to communicate. Because if you can at least hold a conversation, basic conversation in Spanish, whether it's informal or formal, right? A lot of people over there will see that you're putting in the effort, and then they will actually speak English with you because they are taught English in school because their native language is Spanish. And so, for example, my sister that owns the dog that I was going to have, right? My mom, my dad, my nephew, me, and my sister's then husband, right? At the time, we all went to Puerto Rico to visit her then husband's family. And I remember one time she was in the Walmart, because a lot of the stuff's in English, but some of it's in Spanish. She went in there and went to go pay, and she was asking how much in Spanish. She said, how much is it? And then they said, it's this amount. And she's like, how much do I need? And they said, it's, she asked again to try and clarify to make sure she understood. And they said, it's this amount in English, like the actual English way of saying it. And they were very polite. Like, if you can try and speak even a small little bit of Spanish and put in the effort, they'll acknowledge that and see that, and they'll just be like people in France and Germany will be, where they'll see that you're putting in the effort to try and speak their language, and they'll actually speak whatever normal language you know that they know. So if they know English, and you speak fluent English, but you're speaking German, French, or Spanish or something, and they see you're putting in the effort, they will actually put in the effort to speak English alongside you and help you understand what you're trying to do, which is really cool. And I thought that was neat that they're polite like that, you know, like a lot of countries are like that, where if you at least put in the effort to learn their language, trying to speak it, they will put in the effort to communicate in whatever native language that they know that you understand. So if you know Spanish, but you speak fluent English, in Puerto Rico, if you speak Spanish to somebody that speaks Spanish from there that knows English, they're going to try and communicate in your language of English because they're reasonable like that. It's really cool. Like, that was one of my favorite memories from back then, yeah. So. You're just mind blown. Right? In simple terms. Mind. Or if you want to speak it in like very, very simple terms, like terms that even a kid that might not know what you're saying or mean is, you could just say, mind go boom. And the kid should understand the joke. Like, you're learning stuff that you didn't know because you never thought about it. Am I right? Yeah. Because you're like trying to take in all this information about stuff that you didn't think I knew. Alright, yeah. Alright, here's a good one for you. Ready? What things do you remember that you would follow growing up? Whether it's wrestling or something that you think I would know. Because I'm going to test my knowledge and see how much stuff I remember that you would not expect. Oh, that's tough because I know some Nicktoons stuff, but I don't know if you're going to remember the stuff I remember because I might remember the later Nicktoons stuff that you don't. So let's see. Do you remember the Splat? Oh, that's one of my jams. Rugrats. The Splat. Um, there's another one. There's another one there. I can't think of it right now. Can't I think of it? Ren and Stimpy. Cow and Chicken. Oh, what's that? There's the one there. Angry Beavers. Remember them? Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting Courage actually started on Nick and then became a Cartoon Network show because they didn't want to pay to keep the rights for the show on there. Well, I know there's some shows that started on one and then that channel or service didn't want to carry the show anymore until they moved to a different network. And I know Courage is one of those. Yeah. I know here's a good example of a show that could have been on a different platform but wasn't. Do you remember a Cartoon Network show called Adventure Time? Did you know that that was intended to be a Nickelodeon show, but Nick didn't want to sign with the creator, so he actually pushed it for Cartoon Network? Because Nick didn't want to do it. You're being sarcastic. Are you being sarcastic or are you actually being serious? Because now I can't tell. Because now you got me confused. That's because I like watch videos that tell me about that stuff. Otherwise, I wouldn't know. Alright, here's a good classic Nick show that you should know. Hey Arnold. Okay, how about... Oh, what's that show? There's a certain show that was on Nick way back, and I can't think if it was Nick or if it... No, actually it was Cartoon Network, I believe. Let me make sure. Let's see, was it on Cartoon Network or was it on Nick? I'm gonna see if this was on Nick or Cartoon Network. Bear with me. Okay, how about this show? Ucha Lucha. Do you remember the PC, like the actual, not like a PC game you would buy, but like one that was on the site long ago on Cartoon Network Games? Where you would play as one of the three main protagonists and they'd wrestle each other and stuff? You remember that? I really wish you could still play that, but you can't find half the old school stuff anymore unless you use a Wayback Machine website, which sucks. Go ahead. Yeah. That's why you can use a site called the waybackmachine.com, I think it is. And if you go to the Wayback Machine, you can actually go back to sites as far back as they were founded. Let me see something here. You search the Wayback Machine, right? It goes to archive.org. You could literally pull up any website from any era as long as they can get the stuff for it. Perfect example. Say we wanted to go to wwf.com, right? Which is which is now WWE, right? You could go as far back as the first posting of the site that they actually have on there. The first iteration of wwf.com was from January 1st of 97 all the way up till the 29th of January 2021, which is now. Which is crazy. You know, like, so you can get like wwf.com, you could get, forgive me for saying this one, if you have a kid, for anybody, whether it's you or whoever, anybody that's watching this stream right now, if you have a kid present, leave. Have them leave. This is not for kids' ears. Cover their ears or have them leave the room for at least a minute. Playboy and Pornhub. You can go as far back as you want on those. So if you're an adult that's into adult content, you can go back and look at those. You can go back and look at things like WWF.com, Nick.com, CartoonNetwork.com, YouTube, I bet, could go on there. Let's see. YouTube. Just to see what comes up in the Wayback Machine. I want to see what the oldest YouTube.com is you could get. But yeah, you could get literally anything to pop up in there. If it's in there and it exists, you're going to find it. You know? If the site exists, there's bound to be a link for it. Yeah, you can go as far back as... What is that? January 1st of 05, it looks like? No, you can go as far back as... apparently April of 05 when it was first coming out. So... I mean, if you can think it and it exists, there's bound to be something for it on the Wayback Machine. Like, oh, let me think. I like how I can't think right now. Like, for example, MLB.com, right? You could go to as far back as the year I was born and go all the way until November 11th. Just 4 days before I was born was like the earliest date you can see stuff for MLB.com. Huh. Who knew? You know, but if you can find it, it's bound to exist. If it exists, you're bound to find it, you know? Like, you could probably find movies and audio and stuff of things that you normally can't access anymore because of how old it is, you know? I'm actually going to try something here under their animation and cartoons category. I'm going to see if you can find Oocha, Oocha, just for the curiosity's sake. I just wish people could see it, but they're not going to be able to see this. So they wouldn't know if I searched that. But yeah, it kind of turned into a Wayback Machine and chit-chat and bullshit stream. Oh, why can't I think it? There's an old school, like, clay animation show thing, and I can't think of what it's called right now. Oh, what the hell is it called? You know what I talk about if you... Oh, Celebrity Deathmatch. I just want to see if they have anything for it. Like I said, Celebrity Deathmatch, and I'm finding shit that has no relation to it, more or less. Well, they do and don't to an extent. I would do something, but I don't want to risk getting copyrighted. But you know what's cool about my little Google Nest Mini? I could actually, if I wanted to, ask it to play a podcast right now if I wanted. The only concern is I don't want to get copyrighted for those podcasts, so... The only thing I'm going to do is this. Hey Google, when is the start of spring training for baseball? Okay, phew. I was like, don't say it's going to be this, this, and this. Hey Google, when do the Cardinals start baseball? Okay, so it's yet to be determined. Hey, here's a question for you. Alright. If you remember wrestling, like the the era I was growing up in, right? The 96, 97 era, right? Let me ask you this. Okay. I want to see if you know this. Do you know who the original intended King of the Ring 96 winner was supposed to be? Alright. Do you remember one of the two original members of D Generation X? It's not Shawn Michaels, so that clears up that. Who is it? Biggest hint? Here's the biggest hint. He married the daughter of Vince McMahon and is the main person that runs NXT. Oh. No, because Steve Austin's actually the one that ended up becoming the replacement winner for that person. Ironically. You ready for a big hint? You want to have a big hint? He is the Game. That's his nickname, the Game. He's the cerebral assassin, the King of Kings. His initials for his name is literally just the same letter 3 times. Who is he? Nope. Do you want to know the answer? The answer is... Okay, Google. Drum roll, please. Triple H. That's who the original 1996 King of the Ring winner was supposed to be. However... Alright, do you remember the, what was known as the infamous curtain call? Do you remember that? Do you know what that was? Alright, the infamous curtain call was a event that was hosted as a, like, what they called a house shows or a live event. that happened at a Raw, I think it was, like a non-televised house show that somebody filmed and it leaked. But what happened was, at the time, it was prior to Kevin Nash and Scott Hall going over to WCW. One of them was a heel, and they were facing Shawn Michaels, who was a face, right? And what ended up happening was Shawn Michaels or whoever won, and then they broke character with Triple H in the ring inside a sealed cage. They all hugged, and it became this infamous curtain call because it broke kayfabe, which was heels are supposed to be with heels, babyfaces are supposed to be with babyfaces. That's it. Back then, nowadays they don't focus on it as much. It's more so just a gimmick purpose, and that's it, right? But back then, your character, whether you were a heel or face, mattered. It's not like now where it doesn't matter as much, right? And so they broke character, and at that time, Hall and Nash were headed for WCW, so they were out. They couldn't be penalized for it. They couldn't be punished for it. And Shawn Michaels was the World Heavyweight Champion, okay? And so Vince had to choose who to punish. He couldn't punish Shawn because he's World Champion. He didn't want to have him get all pissed off, drop the belt with his ego that he had, and just walk out. And he couldn't do anything to Hall and Nash because they were going to WCW. So what Vince ended up doing was punishing Triple H. He was originally going to plan for Triple H to become the King of the Ring and then kind of push him up towards the upper card and everything. And because of the curtain call and he was the only person left, he got punished and he lost his title opportunity to the King of the Ring victory to the runner-up, which was Stone Cold. And so Stone Cold got pushed from 96 till now, and that's what led into the prior points leading into the Montreal Screwjob, and then the Vince McMahon character, and the Stone Cold Vince feud, and the whole death of WCW, kind of thing occurred. So literally all that stuff only occurred because of something that occurred in 96 prior. If that makes sense. Prior to King of the Ring. So that's a little bit of wrestling history for you there. Another thing, too, is Triple H's finisher, the pedigree that he used. You know who the first person to ever use that move was before him? Andre the Giant out in Japan, but it was by complete accident. It was totally different. So you know what the pedigree looks like, right? You double underhook, you drop down, you face plant them, right? The way Andre's was is if you remember, do you remember Stevie Ray from Harlem Heat, the brother of Booker T? All right, well, Stevie Ray, the way he did it is, you know what the butterfly face buster type thing you do is, where you lift the opponent up and then you do like a butterfly driver. So you hold them underhook, double underhook, right? Like the pedigree. But then you lift them up and you either face plant them or just spike them on a pile driver, right? Well, Andre, when he did it in Japan, he went to double underhook and he went to lift the dude up, and I think he was supposed to do a butterfly suplex, and instead, because of his weight, he dropped down because the weight between him and the opponent wasn't balanced, and so he dropped the dude literally in like a curved up, almost like tiger driver type thing, where he'd pick you up, and it was basically like a fall forward pile driver, where it was like a pedigree but with a pile driver, and it would spike them on their head, kind of like that time Triple H did it to Ziggler by accident, kind of thing. And so Triple H kind of, at that point, he was still using, his first move he used was the equivalent of the Diamond Cutter. It was called the Pedigree Pandemonium. And at that time, keep in mind, Diamond Dallas Page, who was in WCW, who I guess communicated outside of wrestling with Triple H or whatever, right, in some way, told him, hey, that's my move, I'm still wrestling. Drop that move, or there's going to be consequences for it. Right? And so Triple H invented the pedigree, and he admitted in an interview that Andre kind of made it first, but it wasn't really known what it was because it looked like it was a botched move. So he turned it into something that was an actual move that wasn't a botch. And so from that point forward, Triple H would use what's known as the pedigree, which is the double underhook facebuster. But prior to that, he would use a cutter. Funny enough, the person that eventually inherits the cutter from Diamond Dallas Page is one of the most well-known people to use it now, which is Randy Orton in the RKO. Because if you look at the RKO and then you look at the Diamond Cutter, they're similar in setup. The difference is how they finish. Like Orton, his is like he'll run and jump and hit it, or he'll just jump and land it. Diamond Dallas Page's at the time used to be you would do that quarter turn type thing like the Twist of Fate had, and then face plant into a cutter. You know what I mean? So there was that small, teeny tiny difference between the two. But yeah, what's funny is Randy, when he was getting it at the time, he was using what MVP used, which was the overdrive or the playmaker, where you would put your knee bent over the opponent's back of the opponent's neck, grab them by the arm, flip them forward, and slam them backwards, right, with the knee hitting the mat. And because Randy was using that, and he knew he wasn't going to get much, Diamond Dallas Page was getting ready to retire, or was getting ready to leave wrestling, only to go do wrestling and Impact in 03, when Randy was big, getting big or whatever, and becoming to be a major player in the wrestling industry. He tells Orton, because he was on his way of doing his first temporary retirement, stop doing the overdrive, use the cutter. And Randy said he didn't want to do it, not because he didn't think he was worthy of the move or anything like that, or out of disrespect. He didn't use it because he just didn't feel it was the time to use it. Like he knew he needed to change his move, but he didn't feel like it was right to still use Diamond Dallas Page's move while Diamond Dallas Page was still sort of wrestling. You know what I mean? And then when Randy was told again after using the overdrive at a pay-per-view to win a match instead of using the Diamond Cutter, which is now the RKO, DDP called him up again that next day and says, hey, look, I told you you're good. Go ahead and use it. If anybody asks, I gave you the okay. I'm passing the move on to you as a passing of the torch. I'm going to be kind of retiring. And that's before he decided to work for Impact Wrestling. Randy's like, are you sure? And he says, look, you've got talent. This could really make or break your career. If you take this move, your career could shoot to the moon, which it did. Right? It became famous. And so he tells Randy, use the move. He's like, all right, as long as you're giving the blessing and you give the okay. And Diamond Dallas Page said, yes, Randy, take the move, use it, make yourself famous, kid. And so Randy started using the RKO, which was the cutter, and a lot of people started calling it the Diamond Cutter, and then they called it the RKO because, Randy's initials are Randall Keith Orton. And so Randy started using the RKO, and, he became famous from it. So if you think about it, somebody like Randy Orton, who became a multi-time world champion, would have been stuck in the mid-card or lower mid-card if not for somebody like Diamond Dallas Page, who was in the main event scene. It's cool when a lot of wrestlers get famous moves because of somebody that used it before them giving them the okay, Alright, you want to hear a really cheesy wrestling pun / joke? Alright, here we go. Why would the Ultimate Warrior be bad at, or why would the how does it go? Why would the Ultimate Warrior never work well at a pet shop? Because he doesn't sell pedigree. Think about it. He can't, because if you remember when Triple H did the pedigree on him, he instantly kicked out. So he couldn't sell pedigree. Hence the reason he couldn't work at a pet shop. Get it? It makes sense now when you think about it. Let's see. Alright, here's a question for you. How well do you remember the Austin 316 promo from King of the Ring 96? Fun fact, I know the entire promo in the original unedited version from beginning to end, not counting the little interaction he has with the fan. I think a fan says something to him and he tells him shut up. That's from Michael P.S. Hayes introducing him as the King of the Ring winner to him actually doing his promo. I know that from beginning to end. Are you ready? Because this will be the last thing I do, and then I'm probably going to get off for a little bit and I'll sign off. So this is how it went. So Michael P.S. Hayes says, ladies and gentlemen, because this was the fourth champion of that, the fourth King of the Ring at that point, because the first one was in 92, and that one was the fourth one at the time. So he says, ladies and gentlemen, the fourth prestigious King of the Ring, Stone Cold Steve Austin. And Stone Cold comes up and he says, mind you, this is to Jake Roberts, who he had just beat. He says, first thing I want to have done is to get that piece of crap out of my ring. Don't just get him out of the ring, get him out of the WWF. Because I prove, son, without a shadow of a doubt, you ain't got what it takes anymore. You sit there and you thump your Bible and you say your prayers, and it didn't get you anywhere. Talk about your Psalms, talk about John 3:16. Austin 3:16 says, I just whooped your ass. And then Michael P.S. Hayes says something, I think it's who it was, says something along the lines of, well, that's not very nice. And then Austin says, all he's got to do is go buy him a cheap bottle of Thunderbird, try and dig up some of that courage he had in his prime. As the King of the Ring, I'm serving notice to every one of the WWF superstars. They're all on the list, and that's Stone Cold's list, and I'm fixing to start running through all of them. As far as this championship match is concerned, son, I don't give a damn if it's David Boy Smith, which is the British Bulldog, or Shawn Michaels. Steve Austin's time has come, and when I get my shot, you're looking at the next WWF champion, and that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold says so. And that's how the promo ends. So Austin basically talks shit to Jake the Snake, talks shit to Shawn Michaels, talks shit to Davey Boy Smith, which is the British Bulldog. Now here's the funny part. That was back when the King of the Ring winner would get the first title shot at Mania, not the Rumble winner. So keep that in mind. But yeah, it was crazy. Like, and also they censored a lot of it in like the WWE games because the brand of alcohol Thunderbird is no longer relevant. They had to obviously change the name from WWF to WWE because of copyright. And then the other part of it was that they add in like the pre-loaded package thing that follows that promo. They edit out like the part about the superstars and they just say all the superstars. But keep in mind, he was referencing people like China. He didn't care if it was China, Triple H, Shawn Michaels, Bret Hart, Owen Hart, Davey Boy Smith, British Bulldog, all of them. He didn't care. That was also at the time in which they had that storyline where Iron Mike Tyson, was a member of DX, but he really wasn't. And so what he did is during the match, when the ref was out, came in, 1, 2, 3, fast counted Shawn, and then punched Shawn. Like, that whole thing led into that. And that was prior to Mania 14. So, alright, with that being said, I'm going to sign off here. So, well, it was good talking to you. It was good talking to T-Belly. Everybody else, I hope you enjoyed. I don't care if Shondo comes back as I'm ending. I'm sorry. My voice is giving out. I'm kind of tired from playing this game, and I just want to take a break and play something else. So, this has been DOA Hitman, and I'll see you all next time. Later, Will.